I wouldn't call it, grievous bodily harm, actual bodily harm, I suppose. But that's out of order. I hope there's no ramifications, but she deserves it.
Oh, I don't think there will be, because as a matter of fact, I woke up to a text message from my boss, who happens to be a woman.
Oh.
So well, she's actually down to earth. She's what you would call an Walt. Because, I mean, she's old enough to, it's like, okay, look, equal rights, yeah, you're going to get hit, stuff like that. But no, she asked me why did that happen, and my response, she deserved it. And her response was, okay, thanks for telling me. I'll rip this paper up then.
All right. We're going live now, are we? Bish, bash,
Yep.
bosh.
Yep. We're going live. We're live. So I think what I'll do is I'll start out first with the anchor, because since we already know what we're going to kind of talk about with the fucking bitch prostitute chick, I figured we'll start out with this in case you guys haven't seen this cunt. She's a 23-year-old blonde bimbo, and she seems to think blacks are trying to oppress the whites, because they're trying to bring back and she doesn't understand the whole concept of. She talks about ripping off the Band-Aid, and the Band-Aid, what the analogy that she doesn't seem to get is you put a Band-Aid on something that hasn't healed, and she talks about that, and it does. They put the Band-Aid on things from a standpoint of what she's talking about because they didn't fix it. So they haven't fixed anything. They put a Band-Aid on it. She says the blacks keep trying to rip the Band-Aid off, and it's like, well, yeah, that's because nothing's fixed, and your little white cunt ass doesn't. So this is her name's Tommy Lover or something like that, and she's on this program called the final story or something like that. Let's see if it plays here. And of course it's not. I thought oh wait, that's right. I got it over here actually. Let me go to the other one. It should be here. No, same thing. Damn it. Whatever. Come on, my computer's so damn slow. Sorry guys. I had it loaded up already, and it, because I
if need be, I can probably switch over to mine and play it then. Just give me the link.
Yeah, it's in the chat. I put it in the chat. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Really? Holy shit. This is retarded. I don't care what you have to say, Mrs. Kasparian. You can go suck your Cuban dick.
Are you watching the Young Turks?
Yeah.
The Young Turks are so done now. Like after.
Here we go.
First it was hands up, don't shoot, then it was burning down buildings and looting drugstores, all the way to Oscars So White, and now even the Super Bowl halftime show has become a way to politicize and advance the notion that Black lives matter more.
The funny thing about her is she's only like 23 years old, and you can tell by the way she talks, like she's barely out of college, and she's acting like she has a point. Like somebody came out of this society of the whole the feminist mindset, and like the feminist teachers have been telling them like you're oppressed. She's coming out of this mindset that she's just a special little snowflake.
What do you expect though? Because you go into college and you come out with a liberal arts degree, and you think that'll cover everything.
Exactly.
Ramrodding an aggressive agenda down our throats and using fame and entertainment value to do so. Beyonce, really?
You mean like the feminists?
Yeah.
A salute to what? A group that used violence and intimidation to advance not racial equality but an overthrow of white domination? The Black Panthers, for those who don't know, were critical.
An overthrow of white domination. He's mad because they're going to overthrow white domination.
Can somebody please explain to me what white domination is? I love how the immediate jump is to extremism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. She's
Well, that's what sells. That's what gets views.
yeah, she doesn't realize like she has some privilege because she's a white girl, and she doesn't really have to worry about much at all.
She has
probably
all the
went to a
privilege.
really good school. You know, she probably went to like Princeton or some shit or Harvard, and now she's on TV at 23, and she doesn't realize how much privilege she has. You know,
Yeah,
the
she got a
girls at
bachelor's.
23 have like they've like 2 kids with 2 different guys, and they're on
Look on the
welfare.
bright side, though. She's 23 and on TV. At least it's not porn.
Yeah, I mean, she's got the body for it and the face, but yeah.
Well, these days, you know, porn is so HD that
proud.
Yeah,
these days, porn is so HD you can see their parents disappointed.
yeah, exactly. I thought I caught her better.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the dad is like, I thought I taught her better than that.
Yeah. or even worse, he's cheering his daughter on.
Yeah. Suck that dick like you used to suck mine, honey.
Oh God. What the fuck?
I went there. I had to go there. Okay, let's continue on.
Man.
Non-violent civil rights movement. They didn't believe in change through peace. They promoted violence instead. So congratulations, Beyonce. You made your statement. You should be proud of yourself. The Super Bowl, the most watched event on television. A game that brings Americans of every color, background, and political party together. A game where black fans cheer next to white fans. A game where teammates work together as one, regardless of race. A celebration of diversity rooted in a common bond. But forget that. These privileged Hollywood entertainment types are really something. Beyonce didn't reference the Black Panthers to bring about some kind of positive change. She did it to get attention. Good for you. You made headlines. You, just like President Obama, Jada Pinkett Smith, Al Sharpton, and so many others, just can't let America heal. Keep ripping off the historical Band-Aid. Why be a cultural leader when you can play the victim, right?
Now, see, the funny thing about this is, if you change everything she said, and if you guys watch the video, you'll see what Anna Kasparian says on the video. What I would have you guys think about when you watch the video is change every time they say black with man. And if you do that, you'll see basically she's talking like she normally does about feminism. Because everything she's talking about, they don't understand that, like, the feminist rhetoric that they always spew about men is the exact same thing she's talking about when she talks about the Black Lives Matter and everything else. They just changed the narrative a little bit, and now it goes from being feminist to now all of a sudden it's not a big deal. Now all of a sudden,
You know, it's funny she's taking this standpoint because usually the feminists will be the first ones on the Black Lives Matter bandwagon.
exactly. Yeah.
But wait a minute here. Optimus Christ just put out that this thing is not on live.
What?
Yeah. I'm refreshing every few seconds, thinking that there may be some like lag time, but you know, 9 minutes is a very long lag time.
No, we're live. It says we're live.
It says we're live on here.
Yeah, you might be on the wrong channel. It's on my. This is going live on the MGTOW Round Table channel.
Yeah, I'm on it. Number 13, right?
Yeah.
I'm on that as well, and it's not going live. It looks. It says this scheduled live stream hasn't started yet.
Weird. It's live. It says the broadcast is live.
It's probably live.
Well, if it's not live, then it'll be recorded and sent there. So.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll end up being recorded and put on there if it's not live now. It says, it doesn't say we have anybody watching, so I don't know.
But then we can't have the live commentators who are trying to troll, so I can say, sit down with thy fatteth ass.
Yeah. Suck thy dick.
Suck thy dick. Behold my field of fucks.
Yes.
Gaze thine eyes upon it and see that it is barren.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. And let's see. The next thing. What do you guys think about it? What do you guys think about
I think she needs to be Falcon Punched. That's my answer for everything.
that? Falcon Puncher.
Falcon Punch her into the next millennium and see what real
I'll,
aggression is.
Well, let me
say
let you listen to the Anna Kasparian comments upon it. And like I say, what I want you guys to think about while you're listening to it, listen to everything she's saying and change black and what she's talking about this girl, how she's talking. Just change every time she says something about the Black Lives Matters or something like that to men, and you have her talking about normal feminism comments like she normally does. It's basically feminism, exactly what she's talking about, and she doesn't see the hypocrisy in it. You know, that's all you have to do is just change what she's saying to men, and you have every feminist comment you've ever heard.
Okay. Yeah, there's so much I love about that, Anna. So first of all, the Black Panthers were outrageous. They wanted to overthrow white domination.
I mean,
That
she's
doesn't sound so outrageous. It sounds pretty good, right?
She's extremely transparent in her views. It's like, it's insanely transparent. I mean...
Remember, it's scripted. Unlike us,
yes.
She wrote that in the teleprompter.
Yes.
She's like, oh, they wanted to overthrow white domination. God damn them. Hey, and then you have to understand something. The Black Panthers, in hindsight, are painted as like, oh, they went around shooting cops all the time and said that was the whole point of Black Panthers. No. Black Panthers did a lot of... they help the community in a lot of ways, but the main thing that they're known for is, yes, carrying guns around. Now, they didn't agree with Martin Luther King, as Malcolm X didn't agree with Martin Luther King. They thought there were different ways to protect their community. But they didn't go around shooting cops as their point. Later, there were some altercations, but for a great majority of the Black Panthers' existence, the point was they were exercised, and they said this. Their Second Amendment rights. They said, look, a lot of our people in our community are being killed by the cops, which is...
Now, the stuff he's talking about is like the same. Like I say, it's like he doesn't understand. Like, if you just change what he's talking about to men, then he's talking about his normal white knight shit that he always like kisses Anna Kasparian's ass. He's always doing that.
I'm really getting the feeling that this guy did like 10 minutes of research on the Black Panthers on like Wikipedia.
Well,
that's the thing. That guy, he always does just 10 minutes of research. Like, lately, that channel has gone to complete shit.
I've been wanting to do a video on it actually, where I make fun of him, where I do like just in on the TYT network. This just in last week. On the Associated Press, they reported, because that's what they're always doing. They know that a lot of millennials watch their channel. They know that most millennials don't even own a TV and they don't read the newspaper. So what they're doing is they're looking at like the New York Times. They're looking at all these things online. They're finding them and then they're just reporting about them, and they don't even check to see if they're true, because a lot of
they have the balls to call it. They have the balls to call it unbiased journalism. I mean, they support fuck, what was I gonna say? They're trying to implicate that feminism's gonna, bash down, men and whatnot. Well, I mean, it's happening now, but they think it's sustainable. No, that's like waiting for Al Gore to defeat Man Bear Pig.
Morning, lady.
Man Bear Pig is real.
Because I'm Bob Dole.
It's Magnus. Magnus is Man Bear Pig.
Yes.
What?
Al Gore's coming for you. Al Gore's coming for you.
I didn't do it. You didn't saw me do it, so you can't prove anything.
Magnus Bear Pig.
Magnus Bear Pig.
The funny thing is the way she ends the conversation as well is like she says exactly, I forget what she says, but I watched it earlier, and when she stopped talking, I was like, oh my god, she just said exactly what she always says when she says men stuff. It's like she says like exactly what she's talking about normally when she's whining about fucking men bullshit. It's hilarious.
Which is why my answer is always we should Falcon Punch them.
Yep.
Hold up. What did I just miss? Was it that one you were talking about, the hooker treating her John like a boyfriend?
No, we're gonna save that one because everybody's gonna go off for like an hour. So We're
I'm
saving.
going to go. I'm going to go off like a Roman candle in Germany.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking about Tommy or whatever her name is, Lahore or some bullshit. She's some
Lahore,
chick.
baby.
Yeah,
It's
Lahore.
French for slut.
Yeah, exactly.
Lahore.
She seems to think that the blacks are coming to get her.
I thought French for whore was about 12 francs.
That didn't give me a boner, but it was still good.
Yeah, like I say, Magnus, when you watch this video, all I want you to do is they're talking about this girl and what she's talking about with the Black Panthers. Just everything that they say, just switch Black Panthers and blacks with men, and you'll see that they're normally the same thing they're talking about is normally men, and they're using the exact same talking points. They just switched everything, and they're acting like it's a good thing now. And when they talk about it about men, then it's a bad thing, and they're saying the same exact thing they always say. So it's really hilarious to see the hypocrisy of what they're talking about.
Well, yeah, but that's nothing new.
By the cops. It was even worse back then. They said, so we're going to the Second Amendment, the Black Panthers said. So we're going to, as good Americans, carry around the weapons that are registered because right to hold, and we're going to protect the community. How dare Black Americans exercise their Second Amendment rights?
Now, the funny thing about that is he's always going off about people and gun rights and carrying weapons around and taking weapons into fucking places and how all these people are wandering around with guns and we need to take the guns away. Now all of a sudden, Black Panthers are great to walk around with
Definitely anti-gun.
Yeah. Now all of a sudden he's saying that it's a good thing. What the fuck, Jane?
It's like, here, let me give you another reason to, say something for that.
Yeah, it's like these guys have no clue how much hypocrisy is on this fucking network, and he actually thinks he's doing something good and he's great, and he's a fucking hypocrite. Everything he says, he's fucking such a hypocrite when he talks. It's ridiculous.
Well, now, bearing in mind, he is from Toledo, Ohio. I've learned not to expect much from people from Toledo.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Cincinnati.
Yeah.
No. Remember, white domination, it rocks. So that's the background on this, let alone all the hilarious things he said about what's happening now, including the ramrodding and aggressive agenda downright.
Ramrod you. Fucker.
Okay. Wow. She wrote that down too in her script. She's like,
I just want to punch him in the face.
You know what he reminds me of? The announcers on WWE. You know that shit's fake, but yet he puts on his best voice. And introducing.
Yeah, but I think he's giving away his secret. I thought the ramrodding usually came after the show with Anna Kasparian strap on.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I know what it is. He's angry because he hasn't had it for the past 3 episodes.
Well, the thing is, it's funny too. It's like they're talking about this girl, and Anna doesn't like her either because she thinks she's a bitch, and she's like this little white blonde bimbo. And Anna's not a white blonde bimbo. She's actually Armenian or whatever, or Iranian or whatever the fuck she is. So they both don't like her. So he sits here and starts talking about sexual stuff about her, the way she's talking about things as sexual, and normally Anna would probably get mad and be like, that's sexist, you shouldn't do that, and all that. But now she's like happy about it. It's really fucking hilarious.
Well,
Normally she would get on everybody about doing shit like that. Like, you shouldn't talk like that about women. That's fucking feminist and bullshit, So she would rail on him for that, roll her eyes and shit. Now she's just laughing that he's talking all this sexual shit about this blonde bitch.
Now keep in mind though, the reason why she's doing that is because she doesn't actually like that woman. She views her as like sexual competition, and when you're bad-mouthing a woman that they don't like that way, they don't care.
Exactly.
She said,
well, like I said, you just need a falcon puncher.
Yeah. More. I missed the more part. Is it hashtag Black Lives Matter more?
That's never, ever been their message.
Finish him.
When you really think about it, imagine if the shoe was on the other foot, right? Imagine if cops were specifically targeting white
Yeah, imagine if the shoe was on the other foot, Anna. Imagine if you were talking about men.
Yeah, well, if the shoe was on the other foot, you'd be wearing your shoe on the wrong foot and it would fucking hurt. That's my
Yeah.
problem.
I think I can help out here. Let me see.
That's a horrible analogy, though.
I'm going to go into the
How
control
could
room.
you even measure that? Like 80% of the population here in the U.S. is white.
Yeah.
So the shoe is on the other foot.
Magnus, can you talk for a second?
Sure, why not? What you need to know?
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to turn up your volume. So,
Oh, if
yeah.
that's the case, I'd probably have to leave the call and come right.
No, I
don't know.
turned up your volume, so maybe you're all the way up. So maybe you're kind of quiet. I can hear you because I'm on a PA system, but on a normal computer, I don't know if they'll be able to hear unless they have headphones. So I just turned your volume all the way up on the control panel. That's all.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Like, that would be the same thing of, say a guy and a woman would text each other, right?
Yeah.
And she would ask, how tall are you? And, like, my response would be 6'6", why? And then she'd say something along the lines of, oh, good, I don't like short guys. and so then I would ask, yeah, how heavy are you? And then she would, she's like, what? What are the numerical digits that appear on the scale when you proceed to apply your weight to it? Then she would probably say, well, what does that matter? Why did my height matter? Double standards, bitch.
Exactly. Yep.
Teenagers, white teen boys, shooting and killing them when they're unarmed, shooting and killing them when they're naked, and it's clear that they're unarmed, right? And then as soon as white individuals speak out against it, people jump in and say, no, how dare you, fuck you, you shut your mouth, okay? You white people, you're just here to entertain us. You're not allowed to make any political points. You're not allowed to speak out against the violence and the system that's been oppressing you. You just shut up and entertain us.
Now, if you can, like I say, you can take the same thing that she just said and say that you're talking about the men's right organization where you're trying to stop women from oppressing men. And you're basically, that's the exact thing that we're trying to get across, and she's not seeing the hypocrisy, and that's the same thing that she's talking about is the same thing that we're trying to do.
Well, now, Optimus, you were saying that about. I hate to be kind of removed from the call there briefly, but I was like, yeah, I don't know if any of you guys saw the tweeted out this picture that says when his height starts with 5 foot, she's got this worried look, and Meninus peeled her back with, yeah, when your weight starts with 200. And she's like, oh, great, thanks. You just ruined my life.
Well, happy to support the patriarchy.
Right-wingers, right? They're militiamen or something. And then cops go around killing unarmed kids of militiamen. Oh my God, the government, the jackbooted thugs are here to kill us all! And then we're like, what's
He's finally lost it. He wants that strap on.
Yeah, can you imagine? It sounds so comical.
And look at his face after I said that.
Yeah.
He just laughed.
Right? So now, she's so silly, she doesn't know how stupid she is. She says, you keep ripping off the historical Band-Aid. That analogy is usually used for, like, putting a Band-Aid on a problem means you didn't really fix it.
Yeah, you just put a Band-Aid there as like a temporary fix to shut people up.
Right, and she's saying, why? We put a Band-Aid on there because we didn't want to fix the problem. You keep ripping it off.
My favorite part is when she mentioned something about how Beyonce's performance stops everyone from healing. Oh, you mean you?
The what?
You gotta watch. If you play more than 20 seconds at a time, that's how you get a copyright strike.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm hoping that playing it the way we're playing it that nobody will, because you see, it's hard for them to pick up what's going on because I'm actually playing it through where I'm talking out on my computer, and it's actually going through my PA system, so it changes it.
I think we found Neil.
Neil, hey Bill.
Hey Bill. And you know what? She's Phil.
Yeah,
I would think so.
yeah,
He has like a rotating cast of them. So
yeah. Yeah, and they're all feminists and white knights and shit like that. And that's why I
No,
was saying in
it's
my
an
video
ongoing
the other
joke,
day,
though.
there was actually Dave Rubin, he actually left. He used to be on their network, and he didn't talk like in depth about why he left, but he's a gay guy. And he also seems like he's not really in with the whole feminist bullshit, because since he started his new channel, and he's actually in the same studio that Larry King is in, he actually is in their same network. In fact, he's
yeah, but
he
Dave
actually brought on a lot of the people that was on Jinx network that basically Jinx shut down, and he brought all these anti-feminists on and these people that are talking about anti-feminism to talk about the stuff that they would never talk about on the TYT network.
Yeah, but see, the problem is Dave Rubin actually has a good show. He's good at what he
Exactly.
does. He is actually objective.
Exactly.
So
And
that
he
would be
actually
why.
does research. He doesn't say like last week on the New York Times they reported such and such. And it's like, I don't give a fuck. That was last week, but dude. You know, he's always talking about last week. Who cares about last week, dude? What happened today? You know, that's what the news is for. What happened today? You know, and they don't know what happened today because they're not a news place. They just report other people's news. You know, and sometimes it's third party, where somebody on a TV show reported something and then they put it in a newspaper and then they got it from that. You know, so it's like they're like third person fucking don't give a fuck shit. You know.
Yeah, but yeah, I can't help but wonder why anybody would mistake Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian and the rest of them for real journalists. I can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah, they're fucking. It's fucking hilarious the shit they talk about.
All they do, basically, they remind me of when I used to go to revival meetings when I was younger, when I didn't have much of a choice but to go. How the preacher would get all excited and jump up and down and try to stir your emotions up and get you all overexcited.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
Well,
if it doesn't get my dick hard. I'm not interested.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're building up to the end set. The thing that she says at the end, when she said it, I was like, oh my God, the hypocrisy. She doesn't see it. It was so hilarious.
I think.
Are you having a tough time?
And how would you like to get? And we know the answer to that. The real problem is black culture, right? Right. Never white culture. It'd be out, if any liberal said the problem is white culture, they would lose their minds, right?
Oh, he said she had no nipples.
Yeah. 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 This is
That's
the
such
thing.
a
They're
travesty.
talking. The stuff they're talking about is the same exact talking points, like I say, that they normally talk about when they talk about men's issues. You know, when they're talking about women and feminism and all this stuff. It's the same exact shit. They just changed the narrative, and now all of a sudden it's a good thing. You know, now the same exact shit that they normally talk about when they talk about men's rights and men's issues is the exact same stuff they're talking about now. Where when they talk about us, it's bad, and when they talk about this shit, it's good. You know, they don't even see the hypocrisy. They're fucking idiots.
Yeah, well.
Black culture, black. Finally, she says, "Why be a cultural leader when you can play the victim?" Well, how would Beyonce be a cultural leader? What could Beyonce possibly say about this issue that you would say, "Oh, great job, we really appreciate it"? Way to be a cultural leader. You know the answer. The only thing she could say is the real problem is black people, black on black crime, and black culture. If Beyonce had said that, you'd be like, way to go, way to be a cultural leader.
Ironically, she's the one who's making herself out to be a victim when you really think about it, right? She's like,
Yeah. Ironically, she's the one herself making herself out to be a victim. The hypocrisy is glowing.
Oh my
It's
God.
red hot like a turbo.
Oh,
And it's not like one of those glows when when you're pregnant. One of those
No.
like, you just went into World of Warcraft and now you're fighting a fucking blaze monster. That is what it is.
Yeah, it's blatant hypocrisy that she doesn't even see. Like that's like feminist rhetoric 101, playing the victim when you're not really a victim. That's their go-to move. You know?
Of course it is.
I wanted to
But,
watch
and
Super Bowl without feeling bad about myself or thinking about things that make me feel
This
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to
now,
present
I
to you
wanted think
Undercunt.
about think about this exactly what she's saying. I wanted to get on Twitter and not have people talk to me all bad. I wanted it to be a place where I could say stuff that I like to, not have people tell me I was wrong. It's
Well,
the same
there's
exact
a
fucking
Need
narrative.
a Sarkeesian.
Exactly, it's the same exact narrative, and they just don't get it.
well, and they could have just used my solution. I didn't watch the fucking Super Bowl. I just waited till the next day when somebody told me who won.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even care. It doesn't matter. It's like, you know, you can find out about it a week later. It doesn't matter. It's not going to affect your life whether they won or not. These people are like, I got to watch it while it's happening. Why? Who cares? If there was any really good like scenes that happen or any really good touchdowns or something, it'll all be on a reel on YouTube all at once. You know, where
Well,
like this is the
was
catches and this is the passes and this is the thing and this is how many people, this is how many things and this is what won, who won and how many points were scored, and you can see it all in like a little 5-minute clip and watch the whole thing. And you don't have to waste your fucking life watching the stupid game.
But not even that. But as soon as these awesome clips happened, they were on fucking Twitter, like right after they happened. And, wow, Exxon, your thing's really fuzzing up really bad.
Jeez.
What? Is that me?
Yeah, it's like your microphone's fuzzing up or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I'll fix
Sounds
it.
like you're rubbing your sweater on your microphone.
Rubbing something on your microphone.
yeah, you're rubbing something on your microphone.
Well, yeah, no, but
Put
see,
the lotion
here's,
down
here-
and step away.
here's the thing about the halftime show that these assholes don't seem to understand. These halftime shows are put on by like MTV, and Lewis Black said it best when he said MTV is to music as KFC is to chicken.
Yeah. It used to be something cool back in the 80s, but ever since they did the Real World and all that bullshit, and they started doing all the stupid game shows, and it stopped being music television. Now it's like you barely get any videos and any music on the damn thing anymore. You're lucky if you get like 5 hours a day on the channel that actually has any music.
Well, no, it's fucking shit like Lacey Gray.
Yeah.
Is it still bad? Is my microphone still bad?
Yeah, it's got something going
Yeah.
on. Kind of weird. You might dip out and come back in and see if that changes it, maybe.
It sounds like it was placed next to my asshole right after I had Chinese food.
Well,
Oh man. Okay, how is it now?
that sounds a lot better.
That sounds a lot better.
That's
Yeah, I
good.
keep
Oh, brilliant.
getting removed from the call. I don't know what's up with Hangouts today.
Yeah. Are you still having that happen?
Yeah, every time you see me leave, it pops up and says you were removed from this call, and it's like,
Oh
okay.
man. Yeah, Mike.
Oh shit, I need a Sarkeesian, man.
Yeah, Mike said the same thing. Mike actually left because he said his internet kept dipping him out, so he left.
Well, my internet's pretty stable right where I'm sitting, but
Cool. Okay. Let me finish this out so you can hear the ending and hear the hypocrisy that she ends this conversation on.
Yeah, all right.
She's like fucking 23, 24 years old. Go find a hobby. Go do something better with your life other than sitting at the Blaze and talking shit about minorities. I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe that was too harsh, but she's a fucking bimbo.
Right.
Who doesn't even know what she's fucking saying.
See what I mean?
Calling my pop black.
She can say this shit about a white little girl because she's a woman. She can talk about them like this, and she's always talking about uplifting women and how, like, she's saying that this woman that's sitting at the Blaze is like not cool, and like she's got a job, you know, she's making good money and all this stuff, and she's trying to bring her down because she's not saying the same thing she wants her to say.
That is just the most magical. That was 1080p projection, my friend.
Exactly. Yeah, they just don't. The hypocrisy is blinding. I'm surprised she can keep her eyes open. She needs a welding helmet right now for this shit. You know,
Oh man.
she should have a welding helmet on right now because it's like she's gonna lose her eyesight from this shit.
You know what? No, we want her to lose her eyesight.
Yeah. Well, wait until you hear the way she ends it, and you'll see. Like, she should have welding gloves on too.
What are you talking about losing her eyesight? The Young Turks is the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, listen, she said she's been conditioned by her environment to regurgitate these talking points. What does that sound like?
As if she's
Feminism.
not doing the same fucking thing.
Exactly, it sounds just like feminism. She's
not
regurgitating talking points. That's exactly
mean-
what feminists do.
Well, to be honest, they are only capable of throwing up, so that's why they spew that shit.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. She's saying exactly, like, that's what I'm saying. If you guys watch this later on, you'll see she's saying exactly what the feminists say. It's hilarious. And she doesn't even see. She's sitting there talking about it, acting like she has a good point, and she doesn't even see that she's talking about the same shit she always talks about. You know? It's fucking hilarious.
And
It's not my fault. It's my environment.
God damn it, Bobby.
Now she's talking about they're talking about her incredibly shiny set. What the fuck does her shiny set have to do with anything?
Cameras are everywhere, right? So the good news is we don't have to deal with these guys for too much longer. Because the Blaze is on fire. There's an article in the Daily Beast about they're about to go out of business imminently.
Damn.
Okay.
Boom, bitch.
As always, the right wingers have no idea how to run a business.
Yeah.
Boom, bitch.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. She's like reveling in some other woman's demise of her show, and it's only because she doesn't like the girl. If she was another girl that she respected, she wouldn't have let Jinx say any of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that seems to be the fail du jour of these people. Is, you know, they don't, as long as it's somebody they don't care about or respect, they don't mind watching their entire life go down the toilet.
Yeah.
And yet they act like they care about everybody, which is bullshit.
Yep.
Well, before Mike dropped out there, he was making a point about how the way I see it is that, you know, black is the new feminism, because it seems that this whole Black Lives Matter, which is just a bunch of diatribe to me, is just being jumped upon, and they're using that as a way to push this ideology of feminism. And to me, it's quite right. I believe that white men are actually being poached, because you can see how everything is gauged to sort of like overthrowing this ideology of white men, and they're using Black Lives Matter, they're using all of these other vehicles as a way. It's not even a clever way, but it seems to be working because most people are thickos. But they just seem to be using this and not realizing it's actually toppling anything that we have good in our society, you know? And it's quite scary.
Yep. Yeah, well, it's funny like if you heard what they said, what she said there at the end, you know, she's saying like exactly what they always say about feminism, you know, the same exact shit, the same exact rhetoric. You know, it's amazing that when these people talk, I'm always talking on my channel about the stupid smart people, and she just
God
doesn't.
damn it, Bobby, quit fucking up my Hangouts.
She can't see that, like, she's saying exactly what she always says every time she comes up with a feminist talking point about men. She's saying exactly the same thing, but now she's talking about a woman, which normally she would never do, and she's giggling and laughing about her demise, you know?
Well, of course, you know, because women.
Yep.
Like,
They're
it's
always
not
saying,
even
like,
a
women
feminist
gotta
thing.
stick together.
It's a
you know?
woman thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Women
I wish
gotta
I
stick
could.
together.
I wish I could give the credit for the quote, but I don't know who said it originally. But misogyny, the idea that men can hate women as much as women hate women.
That'd be Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking it was him, but I couldn't remember.
Yep. That'd be Milo
just
Snuffleupagus.
I just thought that was the greatest quote like ever.
And just remember, if you're single on Valentine's Day, McDonald's has a deal: 40 chicken nuggets for $8.49.
Well, and here's to those of you out there who will understand why I say Happy International MGTOW Day.
Oh yeah.
Okay, the next thing we'll talk about, if you guys want to talk about this, is the wonderful announcement of the Twitter Trust and Safety Council. And
She's a cunt, a really big cunt.
yep, they made a safety council, and their goal is to wander around Twitter, and anybody they feel is making statements that they don't like, that hurts their feels, they're going to block you, and they can ban you for good from Twitter. That's their whole thing. And if you look down here, you'll notice in the F's right
Feminist
here,
frequency.
it says feminist frequency, which is Anita Sarkeesian is part of it.
At this point, my professional opinion, this is prime time for someone to get on to making another platform, because this is going to go to shit so fast, it's going to make your head spin.
Yep.
So, you know, you can either make like another Twitter, or, you know, make a combination of like Twitter, Facebook, and 4chan, where everything is fucking chaotic.
Yep.
You know?
You can even see this, like UK Safer Internet Center. The fuck is that?
Well, I have no idea, but I can already tell you this. This is just proof that, you know, the RIP Twitter hashtag that's been floating around is pretty much everybody already knows that Twitter's in the toilet, and somebody just pulled the flush.
There's actually a RIP Twitter.
Yeah. There's a hashtag RIP Twitter.
Yeah.
Ever since they unverified Milo Yiannopoulos, that was kind of where it seems to have started. And them, they're doing shit like letting Anita Skeezy Sleaze decide who's good and who's not. That is just that's Optimus. I can honestly say that's almost as bad an idea as playing AD Rise.
Magnus, I don't know if it's just only me, but I can't hardly hear you. You're so low.
Yeah, let me go back in the deal, and I'll see if his
Your microphone's so low it sounds like a woman on Valentine's Day saying what she actually wants.
Oh,
yeah.
that's the fucking
Yeah.
right there.
I don't know if him upping my volume helps or not.
Yeah, I just turned it all the way up again.
Magnus, if you follow the link I sent you, it'll take you a while to set up, but you can set it up later. It's going to be able to boost up your volume. You don't need any special hardware, it's just software.
It might be just me, but Axon, your microphone is sounding like my asshole after Chinese food as well.
I agree with that. I agree with that too.
Okay.
Okay. How about now?
No. It's the same thing. It sounds like a bad connection on your microphone thing.
That is actually a quick way for me to fix my volume. How does it sound now?
It sounds perfect. Sounds like awkward boner time.
Yeah.
Well, no, that was what I was saying. You know, the whole RIP Twitter thing, them letting Anita Skeezy Sleaze decide who's good and who's not is just like as bad an idea as, let's say, playing AD Rise.
That's bad, and you should feel bad, okay?
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same deal like the UN did with the Arab. You know, the Arab, they assigned them as the human, human rights in the Human Rights Council. It's a fucking joke, man. They actually did that. Seriously, they did. Messed up. It's really messed up.
Yeah, if you look at what it says here, this is what I'm talking about the hypocrisy. They don't seem to understand that they say in the statement that every voice is important, and there's the voices on Twitter are able to shape the world and all this stuff, and then they go in the next sentence and say that they want to like shut that down, and they talk about the hate speech stuff because it says on Twitter every voice has the power to shape the world. We see the power every day from activists who use Twitter to mobilize citizens to to content creators who use Twitter to shape opinions.
And if your voice doesn't say exactly what we want it to say, we will shut it down.
Exactly.
I just retweeted something, and it said, Trust and Safety Council featuring Anita Sarkeesian. The picture is the Stop That Tweet. You didn't know, but 3 in 4 women on the internet have died from reading cyber violence on Twitter. A harsh word or joke can kill. Educate yourself. Of course, when I retweeted, I meant it as sarcasm, but...
Oh, yeah.
Feels over reels.
Yeah. It's like, what, do you think that this is going to become a safe space now? What you don't understand is that these are people that are making valid points that you just don't agree with. I'd hate to see of the shitstorm that would happen if doxers and hackers actually came after your ass because you wanted to shut this down.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm encouraging it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they're feminists or not, or if they're like white knights or whatever, but I would really hope
What's
that
the
if some shit starts going on, that Anonymous comes knocking on their door. I would love to see Anonymous get into like Anita Sarkeesian's fucking computer and shut that shit down.
Please,
Well,
with the way that it is now, they're the first to white knight.
Yeah, exactly. I
Believe
think
me, I know.
well, a lot of them are like computer nerds and computer geeks, and they love any woman on the internet or in person to like flaunt their boobies at them. So they're happy if anybody does that. So obviously they're going to be happy if you know, the only way they're going to be able to get a woman to look at them is if they play the white knight, you know, and actually be a simp and a mangina.
When you try to be the best feminist you can be, but they still won't touch your pee-pee.
Yep. Well,
Oh man.
most feminists
Actually-
don't like neck beards.
Actually, I don't know if you guys have even seen the video, but MassFizz did a pretty good video where he was talking about the male feminists griping about being actual 40-year-old virgins. And basically it boils down to exactly what Optimus said. When you're the best feminist you can be, but they still won't touch your pee-pee.
Yeah.
There's a tweet where it has the evolution screen from any Pokemon game that you can imagine. And it says, what? Twitter is evolving. And then there's the icon for Facebook. As a matter of fact, you know, I'll go ahead and retweet that.
Yeah.
Go for it.
And that way you can see it.
Yeah, post your Twitter on the chat.
Post what?
Your Twitter on the chat. Your
My
Twitter. Yep.
Yeah, no, Axon, you still got some nasty static coming through every now and again.
Yeah, it sounds like you got like a bad mic. Your mic's
I
like
had Chinese last night, so I can't ever tell if it's his mic or my asshole.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to fix it. Like, is it still bad?
yeah. Yeah, you're like as you're talking, it's like breaking up. And there went Magnus.
There went there.
Lately-
My Twitter link was just too great for him.
Lately, when he's in my Hangouts, it kicks him out and kicks him back in, kicks him out and kicks him back in. So it says like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times he's been kicked out of the Hangout.
Who,
No,
me?
more. You're up here too. So 1, 2, 6 or 7 times Magnus has been kicked out of the Hangout already.
Yep.
What the fuck, man? They're fucking with us hard here. That's been the
Well,
last 2 weeks.
they can try to fuck with me, but my computer's just too powerful.
Yeah. They've done that the last 2 times Magnus has been on my Hangouts.
Well, they can only screw with me because I'm on my phone. If I were on my new laptop, I wouldn't have a problem.
Ah.
That sucker's pretty stout too.
I don't hear any more snap, crackle, and pop, so something must have been fixed.
Yeah.
I finally quit stretching the kinks out of my back.
Oh, so then that's time for me to start then.
Yep.
Yeah. So is the static still there?
No.
No,
No.
it's fantastic.
Lovely.
Oh, brilliant.
It
Yeah,
sounds
it's just
like
that
shit.
Oh, sweet, sweet. It's just that I'll be interjecting with the TTS. I'll explain why. Just a second. Let me explain why. There we go.
That sounded like your neck beard was rubbing against your microphone.
My
Yeah.
beard
Greetings,
is
everyone.
fucking glorious.
Axon Magnus.
Yeah.
Just to warn you, I will be interjecting with text-to-speech every so often, as I can't speak freely about MGTOW. Since Mother is on the room next to me and she can hear me. I got into a shitstorm when she found out I was MGTOW. I will paste the Reddit post.
So that's the deal.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Cool.
There
I know.
are
Well,
be a
what?
shitstorm a brewing.
When sorry, Exxon, when you were what? When you
He's
were
gonna be using text to speech because apparently his mom's in the next room and the walls have ears, kind of thing.
Yeah. She
Yeah,
doesn't.
that
She
kind of
would,
thing.
Doesn't. She'll come in. She's probably a feminist. She doesn't want to come in and hear him talking anything
Yeah.
about women. Like, how dare you say that about women? You know, that kind of crap.
Oh man,
gotta
you'll
say
be
Exxon.
surprised. Like yeah.
I've got to say that the picture, that is one of the most freakiest, ugliest
Dude, what are you saying about my face?
dude.
Ac-
I mean, God almighty.
Actually,
That's fucked up.
Axon. Axon,
Ego.
do you know how to change that?
Yeah, I can change it.
Okay, I was just wanting to see. I helped Ego like about a
Yeah.
month and a half ago. He was coming on, and every time he came up on the screen, it was just black because he didn't know how to like actually change that.
No, but he's got the picture of this funny looking. I don't know, is the tail of a monkey with eyes.
Ego. I gotta tell you, they actually had one of those hanging on the wall in the barber shop I used to go to.
Oh man, what?
God almighty. That's
I'm so-
I would have smashed that. I would have smashed that. I mean, God.
So did anyone check out Twitter yet?
Well, I remember.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember. Asking him, I said, now what exactly is that? The guy said, oh, that's a woolly booger.
Oh, what?
Woolly booger.
Oh, what? I don't know what that is. Yeah, look, Magnus, your
Fucking
volume is
beautiful.
low again, you know, Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus, you're starting to sound like a woman who actually states what she wants on Valentine's Day. Real quiet.
Getting all quiet again. All right, I'll be back.
There you go. There. Hold on. No. Now you're out. Now you're fine.
Oh, he's dropped out again.
Yeah. There's those. We were talking in another hangout about those new channels. I don't know if you guys have seen them that are on YouTube, where they have those people that are whispering.
See,
Oh,
even I'm
it's the-
starting to look a little bit like a woolly booger.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Yeah. Have you heard those, Magnus? Those new
What's
YouTube channels that got like 400,000 views on them, and they're or 400,000 subs, and all they are is just like guys like scratching their beard, and they call them like ambient. They're like
Oh,
AMS.
the ambient noises to
Yeah,
give you that tingly feeling.
Yeah, they're like
Yeah.
AMSR videos or some shit. And they're like a 25 minutes or an hour long of just like a fan running, things like that. And people are actually clicking on and like subbing those. And there's
Wow.
it's lame. It's just like
I
internet.
turned my camera on, but all your monitors would crack simultaneously.
Well, now keep in
That
mind.
and plus,
they
I
did-
have my shirt off. Nobody wants to see that.
Keep in mind, they did for a long time make a lot of money selling CDs of like just the sound of ocean, like waves crashing against the shore and
yeah.
all kinds of
I
fucking
want to. I want to hear a seagull in the background just start annoying the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
Well, seagulls are the rats of the ocean, so.
Oh yeah, it's even more fun when you feed them.
Alka-Seltzer.
No, it's laxatives. I think of the word there for a moment.
I saw somebody did that on the beach.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's like shit everywhere, literally.
Supposedly they explode. I don't
That's
know
on
if that.
that's on
I haven't done it
Alka-Seltzer
yet.
supposedly, but if you give them laxatives, they have a running takeoff and they're using their ass as a jetpack.
Well, and the only reason why Alka-Seltzers work the way they do on birds is because birds physiologically can't burp or fart, so they have no way to release the gas.
Like that.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. I'm trying to find one of those. There's a video of a guy that I really like that I watch. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. His channel's called Grade A Under A.
I think I've heard of it, maybe even watched a video or two.
He's got like 1.7 million subscribers or some shit. And most of his videos that he does, almost all of his subscribers watch every video he does.
Oh, you mean the guy, not the guy from the UK that's
Yeah.
from up north? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, his channel's called Grade A Under A.
Mm.
Yeah. So he has a video that he did about four YouTube channels that anybody could have done. And,
I think that's the video that popped up on mine. It's like, here, watch this.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has one like that, like, you know, four videos that anybody could have done.
Oh, the one I watched was Why the Alphabet is Stupid.
Yeah. I put that one up on my page the other day too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Actually, the funniest thing is here lately, my suggestions on YouTube and Google Plus have been making me question, Google, are you even fucking trying anymore? I mean, usually their suggestions are pretty good. It's stuff that's like, oh, that's interesting. Let me click on that. Bloop. You know, now it's like stupid shit, like actually trying to suggest, why don't you actually watch Lacey Green's Braless? And I'm like, nah, it's alright. I get to watch the.
I have pictures of Lacey Green blowing a guy.
Oh, I wouldn't even want to see that. I don't think she's cute at all. For some reason, I've heard some people think she is, but I think she's an ugly little.
Well, but
No, see, what you don't understand is when you say pictures like those, it's not for enjoyment and viewing pleasure. It's for blackmail.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but see, now the funny thing is, I don't know if you guys saw the picture I posted, the one where Anita Sarkeesian apparently starting to get fat.
Yeah.
It's starting to make me wonder if it's like she's Thunder from the end scene of Big Trouble in Little China after Jack Burton killed. I'm thinking somebody killed. I'm thinking somebody killed Macintosh.
You know, if you are looking for Anita Sarkeesian's pictures, you can find them.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
well, see, I'm
internet.
very avid about finding particular pictures, so if they're out there, I'll find them.
Yeah, you will. You'll be surprised as well. Let's just say it's a mess.
So apparently they made a parody about her, and it's porn. So.
You know, sometimes I don't even know because sometimes they're photoshops of her, and then sometimes it's the real thing, so it's kind of all mixed up all together in there.
Yeah. Oh no, the picture I was talking about was not Photoshop.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. You guys will get a real laugh out of this. These are the new ASMR or whatever the videos they call. These are people that are like, they're doing like 23-minute videos of like nothing but like scratching their beard and they whisper. Oh, it's just horrible.
Oh my god.
Oh wait.
Oh, you're thinking that sort of beard fetish video, right? Right, but listen, just carry on watching.
Got a sharper one.
Right, let me go get a knife.
It's a serial killer with a beard fetish, right? Well, no, it's not. It's just a video for people that like the sound of someone scratching their beard.
Yeah. There's a bunch of these channels on now. There's these all these silly channels like that now. And there's these ones where these people just whisper and kind of giggle. They talk really quietly, and there's, for some reason, there's like, these people have like 400,000 or 500,000 subs.
Wow.
I think all of that stuff is bullshit, to be quite honest. I'm actually starting to believe that a lot of these things that we're seeing are just orchestrated by, I don't know, some fuckers, crisis actors, or some group of people that can just like put up 400,000 subscribers on a page, because you've got to think how retarded that is.
Yeah.
It can't be. It's just an utter piss take. And
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, God almighty.
well, guys, as much fun as this is going to be, I got to go ahead and dip. I'll see y'all later.
All right.
Take care, buddy.
I figure I should do a video like that, but instead of like the whole scratch in the beard, it'd be me masturbating. You know, like, here you go.
Yeah, there's those dumbass videos that are those AMSR videos. Or
I could literally do one of those videos, and all I have to do is read a story.
Yeah,
That's
and
it.
you could just like do it really like seductively or something. I thought about doing some videos like that where I would read like textbooks, you know, like really like boring stuff like geometry or something, and you'd read like the textbook, and the way you would talk about it, it would sound.
And the funny thing is,
explode.
I could pull that off too.
Yeah, I think that'd be
Just
so
because
hilarious.
my voice, like, I would read
you know
creepypasta
what? Yeah.
stories, right? And then, you know, it's like, okay, so you know what? There's one that I actually really like, and it's from the Fallout 3.
Okay.
And it's called Number Station.
Oh,
So-
ego disappeared.
Yeah. So take this, right? Okay, if you're not familiar with the term creepypasta, it's stories that are trying to scare you shitless of either video games or, you know, scary situations. Does this sound scary to you? Fallout 3 contains several in-game radio stations. The most diverse and important station is the Galaxy News Radio. You know?
You know what? You should do it, man. That would explode. I mean, you'll be surprised what gets like, you know, trending. I mean, you know the best part about it as well is you can use that as a front to like, you know, like, you know, to get subs, right? If you get a lot of subs, and then you push that, you introduce them to like, you know, the movement.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I could definitely do that.
Yeah, it's a really smart way of doing things. Sure, you will get hate. You know, the best thing about it is even if you do get haters, you know, people calling you out, you know, like, you know, misogyny and bullshit like that. Like, you know what they say.
I have no
bad
problem
press
being called a
is good
misogynist.
press.
I will fully admit that I am one.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I'm aware that you guys are, but the thing is that like, you know, there's no bad press. You know, there's no bad publicity.
Oh,
you're
yeah.
just gonna even explode even more. You know, it's a brilliant idea.
I just thought I'd throw this stuff up here for the people that were wondering. I did a hangout on Wednesday, like 2 weeks ago, and before we started the hangout, when I first turned it on, it was sitting at 764 or 63,000. So they've lost about 180,000 viewers in 2 weeks just on this, and in their first few days they lost more. You know, so they've already just since I did my hangout. And the thing is they have all these Google bots that were running around the internet trying to make it look like it wasn't as bad as it was. There was all these people running around on people's videos trying to tell them that they only had 14,300,000 subs or something. But I seen their page before that, and it actually had 15,700,000. So they lost, in just like the first day, they lost over 1 million subs.
Oh snap!
Yeah. So
They're
they've
going
lost,
down the
they've
shit.
lost a total of close to 2.8 million subs already in like 3 weeks, which is basically like the entire TYT network.
Fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Those guys are screwed. Those guys are screwed. I mean, seriously, you have to think about, people who are, like, using them as advertisement. And, if they realize that, this is a sinking boat, they probably know by now that this boat is probably going to sink itself. And they will probably start pulling out. They, really didn't think about that.
Well, here's a site that I found not too long ago that I thought I would show you. You might be interested in this, Optimus. There's a site called VidStatsX, and obviously,
yeah, there's a site that I came across similar to that, and it does the whole YouTube thing.
Yeah. Well, this obviously, it says the Fine Brothers are the #1 lost rank in the last 90 days.
Oh.
They're the #1 that they've lost 338,000 in the last 90 days, but actually they've lost almost 2.8 million. So, but the thing that I might point out that I thought was kind of telling, that a lot of people may not even notice, there's a gaming channel here that says #gaming. There's 77,809,000 subscribers, right? Zero people have, less than 1% have lost, even though they lost 14,000 viewers. If you click on this, and there's a bunch of these channels that are listed on this thing. If you click on this, if you click on it, you'll notice something very curious about it. Subscribers, 777,794,769. Views, 0. Uploads, 0. Friends, 0. Subscriptions, 0. So the channel has 77 million, almost 78 million subs, but they have no views, no uploads, no friends, and no subscriptions.
How is that a glitch?
No.
How does that work?
No, it's bots.
No. Yeah, exactly. It's a bot. That's a Google. That's a Google bot. That's a Google bot, and it's also a YouTube bot. Those are the ones. Those people that go around and they have the channels and they're trying to make them big, and they come up with a channel and they buy views. These are where they're coming from. They're coming from these bots.
Right. Right.
Like, see, there's one here, #cats, and then it says 4 million subs. If you click on it, it says the same exact thing. It says 0 views, 0 subscriptions, 0 channel, like no content has been loaded to the thing, And there's a bunch of channels like that on here that are doing that. There's one that's like #movies. Like, this is Minecraft right here. It says 9,600,000. If you click on it, it says no, there's nothing on the channel. It's an empty channel. #dogs, same thing. So there's all these channels on this site that actually, if you click on them, you'll notice that there's nothing there. There's nothing on the channel.
I'm disappointed. I just clicked on the top gainers past 90 days in views.
Yeah.
Justin Bieber is #1.
Oh yeah, he put out that new album. That's why everybody's talking about his new album. Like, here's one here.
Somebody just needs to just off him already.
Yeah. There's like the #4 on this thing is sports, and it's the same thing. 76 million subs they've got, right? If I click on that, it'll do the same exact thing. You can see right here. 76 million subs, but there's 0 views, 0 uploads, 0 friends, and 0 subscriptions. So there's, on that channel with 76 million subs, there's no content. They have no content, and there's all this shit that shows their stats, like this, but there's no content on the channel. If you go there, it says there's no videos. They have nothing. And then here's all these ones. They're talking. You can see here all their channels. This is #cats right here. 76 million all the way down. See? And there's another one, Same thing. These are all their hashtags. So I think what these channels are, these are the ones that people are using to buy You know, they're actually buying views from those channels. So I think a lot of these bigger YouTubers with these big giant channels, they're buying views, and that's how they get big. Because they'll start a new channel, and
Right.
they'll buy some views, and then they can actually become like popular by doing it.
Oh man. Yeah, I found something on one of the hashtag spots. It says something about auto-generated by YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Those are they have what's really funny is they try to say that you're not that's illegal. They go around and they shut down these places, these sites that have like that you can buy views. They say, "Oh, that's not you're not allowed to do that." You know, all this kind of shit. But most of those are actually from YouTube. They are actually making money off that because people can go and pay somebody that has a site that's linked to YouTube, but they act like it's not. And you give them like, you know, if you pay like $1,000 to those sites, you can get like 1 million subs. You
Oh
know,
my God.
yeah. So you could, if you paid $1,000 to these sites, you can get 1 million subs. You can get like 200,000 views. You know, you can get a bunch of likes. You know, and basically with the $5,000, they'll have like $1,000. They'll have that. You know, so a lot of these people, they're willing because they're going to start making money off their channel because they'll be in the Google search when they see that. And if you get on those sites that say like who's the top like people, you'll notice that a lot of the sites might be a new site. Like somebody will start their site and it'll be somebody that YouTube is trying to promote, like a friend of somebody that already has a big site, you know. So they'll get on YouTube, they'll create their channel, and they'll tell on their channel, they'll say, hey, my this person that's on my site that we're doing like a collaboration video with, they just started their channel. I helped them start their channel and they're trying to get people to go to their channel. But then their network actually allows them to buy views, and they end up going in just a few weeks all the way up to like 150,000 views and subscribers when their channel has only been open for a month or two. You know.
You know, this whole thing, it sounds a lot like, they're doing the CIA. You know what the CIA does, they do like, drug trafficking, like, they were caught with a plane with a ton of cocaine on it, right? And then, they go around, the DEA going around arresting people for doing the same thing. And I think YouTube is actually probably doing the same thing. They're probably selling those views as well, masquerading a different entity.
Yeah, well, it's the
Man,
way for them to make
yeah.
extra money because the people are trying. This is what's so hilarious about it. It's kind of like the people who work at Walmart. 90% of the money that they pay, that people that work at Walmart get paid, they flip right back around in and they grab food and groceries from Walmart. So they get all their money back. So there's these people that want to make money off of AdSense, off of YouTube. So they start a channel and they're not growing very fast. So they get on these sites and they buy views and they'll pay like $150 or $200, and they're actually only going to make a couple $100 a month. So they're actually going to pay YouTube to get people on their site so that they can make money from YouTube, so they can buy more people to get on their site. So they're basically making money coming and going, and it's an easy way for them to do that.
So the way I see it, it's like they're investing in the future. I mean, it's whole kinds of fucked up because it kind of screws up the truth as well. I mean, so technically, you could say that there really isn't any truth. Like, people are just faking it. It's the whole culture is kind of fake kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, that's the
That
thing.
makes you, yeah.
You'll notice that most of the really big YouTubers are like that, though. They're very fake. Their channels are very fake. A lot of them will tell you that they're actors. A lot of them are like actors and people that have been in the show arena since they were kids, and they're just like childhood actors and stuff. And they're actually YouTube will actually promote them, and they give them these really good people that run their network. They have like a network, and it's like a really nice YouTube network that gets them sponsorship and gets them like deals where they make even more money. And then you get people that are running networks that that come on your channel that ask you to join their network that don't do shit for you. All they do is take your money, and they don't actually help you at all. You know, and that's what those networks are supposed to do. They're supposed to actually promote you. They're supposed to help you get more recognition and more people noticing you. They're supposed to help you get like brand deals where people will contact you. They'll say, well, this channel does this, and because they do that, maybe this person will want you to, like, you know, do a product placement or something like that on your channel. That's what those networks are supposed to do. They're supposed to help you get more well known. They're supposed to help you get more recognition, and they're supposed to help you get brand deals so that you can actually make more money off your channel. And most of the little guys that are trying to do that want to get a bigger channel,
Yeah.
these people don't do anything for them. And all the really nice ones are actually owned by YouTube, and those are the ones that people, the bigger YouTubers, are part of, like, you know, Shane Dawson and, you know, like PewDiePie and all those people. Those people are in the really nice networks, and that's why they're as big as they are.
Right, you know, it makes absolute sense. Because the funny thing as well, I remember a while back, I was reading an article, something about Disney pushing its young actors onto YouTube and promoting them.
Yeah.
And there was a rumor that actually PewDiePie is one of the like affiliated with Disney.
Yeah, he probably is. He was,
Yeah.
especially with as many views as he has and as many people as he's got subbed to his fucking channel. He's got like 23 million subs or some shit. I think he's got 33 million subs.
Yeah, you know,
somebody
actually
was saying he's making like 100 million. He's made like $100 million off of YouTube.
He's probably made more than that, because they were also saying, like, you know, they like the way that, you know, companies like this, you know, they knew that, you know, TV is probably gonna go downhill, so they were like, you know what, we've got the finance, we can probably push, you know, we can absolutely dominate this market, so why don't we just do that and just, you know, invest, you know, the market, so then we'll push them back to Disney.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what they're probably trying to do.
Yeah.
Well, should we show him the prostitute, Optimus?
Fucking goddamn cockbundler.
Should we show him?
Oh, right. I think I watched it. You know, the one who was complaining that, you know, she didn't get pleasure, like, you know, because the guy just bailed after 10 minutes.
Yep.
What makes you think we care?
Exactly. What makes you think we fucking
I was surprised, man. I was like, you know, I was just blown away. It's like, this thing actually, you know, the whole thing, ever since I found out about this whole thing, you know, just actually seeing it, you know, like, you know, it's happening around you. You sort of don't even like want to you don't want to what's the word, comprehend that is actually even happening.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you guys go through the same thing?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
The funny thing about her is she doesn't realize that this is like she's a prostitute, and her job is to, you know, get laid, and her job is to please the man, not for him to please her. You know,
Yeah.
when you pay a prostitute, your job isn't to make her come. Her job is to make you come, and you, because you're paying her, you shouldn't have to do anything. You should be able to just lay down on the bed. She should be able to suck your dick, get you hard, get you off, and then you just get up and walk out. And you don't have to tell her thank you. You know, you shouldn't have to say thank you or anything. I gave you your money, and you're supposed to fuck me. I'm not supposed to have to fuck you. But the way she's talking, she's like, no, you got to fuck me, and you've got to give me like pleasure, and you've got to make me have an orgasm and all this bullshit.
It's all about me, the mentality. What do they call it? Is it accountability? No, that's not it, is it?
Yeah.
No, that's not it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me show this to the world here. I'm gonna put this on here. Come on. Okay. There we go. Dort. Oh, come on now. What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, it looks
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Let's see. Now my
Mm.
my computer is slow because I'm running the software for doing the Hangout as well, so it's gonna play like retarded for a second here.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta love these women that the problem is they're feminists, you know, and they've been taught for so long now that they're actually they're worth something, and even this prostitute now thinks that she's
Yeah.
even though she's being paid to be
Yeah.
fucked, you should actually be able to listen, like she has a voice or she has something to say, that she was used. Well, that's what we're paying for.
Hi, this is Sharzad. So I just had a guy over here today, and I'm really upset about it because he gave me a quickie. He had the most amazing cock. He felt really good. He was really passionate. He went down on me really good. I stopped him because we just had a half-hour appointment.
He went down on her.
Oh my God!
Why
Wow.
would you go down on a prostitute?
Oh man! Oh my God! Wow.
Why would you
Okay.
go down on a prostitute? No
It's a fucking minefield.
way. That bitch has had so much cock in her. Why would you go down on her? No way. That would be nasty. I bet that bitch's pussy smells like a fucking old dog. You know?
Oh
Like
my
an old
God.
wet dog.
I mean, and I don't know. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't even hear that the first time, that he went down on her really good.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too. I didn't hear that as well.
What are you doing going down on a prostitute? Oh my God, no way, dude. I barely would want to go down on a girlfriend, let alone a prostitute. God damn, that's nasty.
And then when he came in like he had a beautiful cock. It was curved, big curve at the tip. He felt so good. And then he came in like a minute, and he had this hugest smile on his face because he was so happy, and it pissed me off because he felt good.
Wow.
Yeah, and then he came.
I'm gonna wait to actually say anything until afterwards. So.
Yeah, the funny thing
because you know I'm gonna rip into this bitch.
Yeah. The funny thing about it is that she's, you know, she should be happy. She did her job. Like, she still has a pussy that's tight enough to make a guy come in a minute. You know, even though she's a prostitute, she's probably had more dick.
I bet Stephen Hawking had his black hole theories revolving around her vagina.
Oh man, that's a good one.
Yeah, and she's got kind of, I wouldn't say, like, she's got nice skin and stuff. She just got an ugly face. But she doesn't have a bad looking body. She has a kind of like plumpy Marilyn Monroe kind of, you know, 60s type thing going on. So she's not horribly ugly, but her face, I mean, she's got to be like over 45 years old at least. So she's like a cougar.
And
she's got the
she
cougar
still
thing.
believes she's a princess.
Exactly. That's the problem with a lot of the girls, like I was talking about earlier. These girls, because they're prostitutes, and because they're probably getting into feminism, they've been listening to the feminism, they believe that they, you know, because so many guys, it's kind of like I was talking about earlier, I'll get some people mad when I say this, it's like the big fat chunky girls that the black guys like. They start to think that they're really hot because all these black guys tell them they're cute. And they don't realize, no, you're just a fat girl, and some guys like fat girls, and a lot of the guys that like fat girls are black guys. It doesn't mean you're hot. And the thing with her is she's been paid to be a prostitute for a long time. So because guys are still paying to fuck her and doing this, like coming in 1 minute, she thinks she's good in bed, and she thinks she's still hot. And she's not. She's being paid for sex, and these guys are coming in and they're using her. And then she says, I feel like I was used. You were used. That's your job.
You were. That is your fucking job, you goddamn thunder cunt.
Yeah, that's your job description. Is I give you money, and then I use your pussy so that I can come, and then I get up and I leave. And I don't tell you thank you. I don't tell you anything. I give you money, and then I leave. And that's your job. And she's acting like, no, he was supposed to make me come. You know, and all this bullshit. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, woman? These women are psychotic. This woman
I
is
need a
psychotic.
safe space. I'm gonna get into Minecraft.
Yeah.
I'm so wet. I'm like just getting going, and then he fucking stopped. Like he totally stopped. Like it's supposed to be about our mutual pleasure, and he came. He was so happy.
No, it's not. You fucking
Oh
cunt.
my god.
A
Wow.
prostitute is supposed to be about your mutual pleasure. Since when?
Wow.
Citation
Wow.
needed, darling.
Citation fucking needed.
Yes. Where and when has it ever been a prostitute's job to have mutual pleasure?
Of course, because she's a princess, that's why.
Yeah. I'm paying you to have sex. Your job is to give me pleasure. My job isn't to give you pleasure. I'm paying you to give me pleasure. If you get pleasure out of it, then fine. I don't really care. It's not my job. Your job is to fuck me. That's your job.
Do you get it? I'm thinking. I was thinking I'm not really satisfied. Like I didn't feel satisfied. It wasn't until after
Wow.
really used by this guy.
I felt totally used by this guy. Yeah, I mean, God, he only paid me for sex and then gave me a quickie, and he left after a minute. You know, and he just like came in and like just stuck his dick in me and then came really fast and then he left. And he just used me for sex. Oh, you mean like a prostitute?
Yeah, you know, the other thing as well, you know, with the rape, how actually rape happens, it's pretty much the same principle. Like, if you do
Fucking
the
shut
same
their
thing,
mouth. That's what.
she'll just call you on that because, you know, I'm not happy, you didn't make me happy, and then next thing you know, the cops are coming to your house and picking you up. That happened to me.
Yeah. Well, for the viewers that end up watching this this live stream, I'll put these videos in the description below so you can watch the full videos of these crazy bitches talking. So, yeah.
Oh, we've got Max. Hello, Max.
Hello.
And when guys come over,
But
Hello.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what she said?
do I don't think I want to hear what she said.
Oh, am I coming through?
for my time, and when guys come over,
I don't get paid
For your
sex.
time.
I get
Anybody.
paid for my time.
You get paid to leave.
You get paid for your
Can't
sex.
hear
That's
you,
why
bruh.
you're an escort. You don't get paid for time. They want to come over and they want to fuck you.
Oh,
You get paid for sex. That's the whole point. It's hilarious when they're like that.
I'm having technical difficulties. I'm gonna have to fucking deal with this shit.
All right.
Yeah, it's all good. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear. It's all good.
here, I create a mutual experience. If they're just gonna have a quick,
Give me a moment here.
and
If they don't create a moment, a mutual experience, I don't want to see them again, she says. What the fuck are you talking
Fucking good.
about? Exactly. I wouldn't want to see you again either if this is how you were talking about me. You know? I mean, I can't believe that the dude went down on her. Good Lord. Why would you go down? Why would you go down on a prostitute? That's disgusting.
Well, he figured his tongue was safe anyway, since it's a fucking black hole.
Ugh. That's just. I could.
Hey, is this Knights of the Round Table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. MGTOW, the MGTOW Round Table.
I've been seeking Knights of the Round Table. I have Excalibur.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let
How do
you
you
guys
have
know
a hold
that.
of my penis?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He left.
Well, what was he talking about? Excalibur. What's that? What's that about?
I don't know. He was probably.
He was
trolling.
like, I have Excalibur, and I was like, how do you have a hold of my penis?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sometimes they come in and they try to troll because I do live hangouts and I sometimes just put the thing up there so people can come on. And if somebody will come in and they'll try to like, you know, say something stupid and they don't understand they're online with like a bunch of trolls. We're like master.
Yeah, you can't troll master, dude.
We have a community of trolling. You can't troll us, so we can troll them right back harder than they're trolling us ever. You know, so you can come on and try to fuck with us, but good luck with that. It's not going to work.
Challenge accepted.
Exactly.
Yep.
Accepted. Yep.
Like, hold on, we about to go redneck on your ass.
Exactly.
In the back of a fucking Chevelle.
Tricky. And like so long. This guy made it all about him. He just wanted to get off.
It is all about him, you goddamn bitch.
That's what it's about. She's like, he made it all about him. Yeah, he's paying you for sex. It is all about him. You're supposed to climb up on his cock. You're supposed to suck his cock. You're supposed to hop up there and fuck him until he comes, and then you're supposed to hop off of him and say, give me some money, and then fucking he leaves. That's your job. What the fuck?
Exactly.
It's all about him. Of course, you're a prostitute. It is all about him.
When guys are like that, I don't come across guys like that very often. This is a very successful man, and in fact, he's been online dating, and his problem is that all these women are falling for him, and they start wanting to raise his children. And I'm wondering...
Fucking do.
Exactly. It's like she's talking about him like she's mad because he's a really successful guy, and he doesn't want to date me, and he doesn't want to take care of me and marry me because I'm a prostitute. You know, and he's really, and she said like he's really good in bed because his cock was a good shape, but he only used me for sex. And then she turned around and said she doesn't want to be with him again, even though he had a great cock. You know, just because he used her and just tried to come really quick and then left because he didn't want to be there with her very long. You know, he just gave her a quickie, and she said it'd been a really long time since she had a quickie.
You know, I won't be surprised if she actually spam jacks him. You know, hijacking.
Yeah.
Spam jacking. I won't be surprised, man. I would not be surprised.
If I was with one of these prostitutes like that, and I was there with a condom and stuff, I would be taking the condom with me in a Ziploc baggie, just to make sure, you know. And anything like if I wiped my cock off with some tissue paper or something, I would
just
put
take it with you, man. Just take it with you.
Take everything with you, you know, just in case. Just in case. You're like, well, I don't want to leave this area. You know, that's kind of gross. So, you know, I don't want anybody else coming over here and finding like a trash can full of condoms from guys that have fucked you. You know, so that's kind of gross. I'll take it with me. Oh no, that's all right. You can leave it here. No, I'm gonna take it with me.
Nah, man, I'm good.
Yeah, I'll just take it with me. That's kind of, it's all right. I'll just take it with me. You know,
at that point, I would tell her, yeah, I'm taking a condom with me. Well, why? Because you're a fucking dirty hoe.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want you sticking this shit in your pussy, and I don't want you trying to
brutally
me.
Honest.
You know. Yeah.
Like I am honest to a point to where, people call me misogynist, and you know I'm brutally honest, so I will live up to that. Like, who the fuck do you think you are?
Exactly. Yeah.
If this is how he shows up for these women, what's wrong with women for putting up with sex like that? Are women really putting up with this kind of sex that he's giving? Like, he's a great man.
Well, they're not paying for it. Well, they are, but in a different manner.
This is what's funny, this part here. She says he's a great guy, he's solid. Why are these girls putting up with this guy? Because of the way he has sex with them. You know, she's saying he's a great man, he's solid, he's got a great business. You know, he's a really nice guy. I would have even dated him, she said. And then in the next sentence, she turns around and says, but after having sex with him, I don't want anything to do with him. And it's like, who cares? You're a prostitute. It's like, what the fuck?
You get paid for this shit. Stop complaining and do your fucking job.
She's acting like anybody cares what she thinks about them. It's like, I don't care. If I give you money and you lay down on the bed and open your legs, your job is done. I'm just going to fuck you until I come, and then I'm going to get up and leave. That's your job. And she's acting like it's not. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, lady?
This guy. Except after I fucked him, I'm like, there's no way I'm even going to fuck him. I'm not even going to pay me for my time. I will never see this guy again. He was a disappointment in bed. And I'm just curious why all these women are flocking to him just because he's successful and a good man and really integrity.
Yeah,
well, that should be the reason why. It's obvious.
She doesn't you don't understand how women work? This is how women work. It's like, why would a guy who was successful and a good guy and had money and a business and was making lots of cash and had a good life and was a handsome guy, why would women not flock to that? Why she acts like she doesn't understand that women would go flock to that. Of course they're going to flock to that. That's like kryptonite for a feminist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's like, if you got a man who's making good money, has nice jobs, driving a Porsche, has his own house on the fucking seafront with a swimming pool, he'll have girls on his dick every night. And it doesn't matter if he comes in a minute. They don't care. They're there for the cash. They don't give a
They're here
fuck
for the
about it. They don't give a
resources.
fuck. Yeah. It's all about fucking the life. They don't care about the dick. When he's not looking, they'll go fucking have some black guy fuck him in the ass anyways. So they don't care. It's all about the fucking cash. They want to buy a Louis Vuitton. They want to have their own Porsche. And they know if they can get with some guy like that, they'll fucking be set for life. That's what.
Yeah, he's just like, what do they call him? A beta provider.
Yeah, the beta
male provider.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
That's what they're looking for. It sounds like everybody that's like not feminist, that would be a woman, I would think would watch this video and be like, who's this guy that she was with? I got to go meet this guy. They would be wanting to marry him. It sounds like the perfect husband for most of them, because most of them don't want to fuck their husband for like 20 minutes. They want some guy that's going to come in a minute so they can get off of him and they don't have to fucking deal with his ass, because they don't want anything to do with him. They just want his money. They want to use him as an ATM machine. So they'd love to have a guy like that.
Yeah. You know what? And the really funny part about the whole situation is like, she's gonna be married to the guy, right? But the kids are probably not gonna be his.
No.
Guaranteed.
Well, I was talking about that in a video that I just did on my channel, where I was talking about Bruce Jenner. And the thing about Bruce Jenner is he had said, the thing is he had 4 kids before he started to do his transition in the 80s. And the doctors usually ask you that, like when they're gonna put you on female hormones and estrogen and T blockers and stuff. When they do that, they ask you, like, have you had any kids and stuff? Because usually they'll ask you, do you want to save your sperm? Because later on you might actually want to have kids. And the fact is he already had 4 kids, and he had been married twice. So he would have had no reason to save his sperm. And here's the thing. Once you take T blockers and once you take hormones for 6 months, you're sterile. And you're sterile for good. It like kills your sperm forever. You can no longer have kids. And he was on hormones for 5 years before he met Chris. When he was with Chris, he was only with her after they got married for about a year, and all of a sudden he had Kendall and Kylie. He had 2 kids.
Oh shit.
Those kids are not his, guaranteed. Because if you look at his kids, his other 4 kids, they look like fucking models. I mean, they're like fucking like super hunky, because that's what he was. He was like super hunky guy. And if you look at his sons, his 2 sons that he had with the wife just before Chris, these guys look like male models. They look like they're like Calvin Klein supermodels. I mean, they're fucking hunky. And then you look at Kendall and Kylie, they don't even look anything like him. They
That's
look
exactly
Armenian.
what I'm talking about. Yeah.
They look Armenian. They're not his kid. He
That
couldn't
just
even have
he's
it.
just a yeah.
Yeah. And I did on the video, I showed the up on the screen, there's actually a picture that's going around, a meme that's floating around about Kris Jenner, that she was actually dating O.J. Simpson while her husband, or before her husband was actually the lawyer for O.J. Simpson, because her husband was the lawyer that actually took care of O.J. Simpson, and then that's kind of what got her into the limelight, because she wasn't really well known until the O.J. Simpson trial, and then everybody knew who she was because she was the wife of the lawyer that was protecting O.J. Simpson, And then when you see in the picture, they say like she was married, but she had been sleeping with O.J. Simpson, and then in the courtroom she's sitting right next to Bruce Jenner. So she's sitting right next to the guy that she will eventually marry. And then her husband is protecting a guy who she was sleeping with. So there was 3 guys in the courtroom that she was fucking.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, so I mean, she's a fucking whore. And then she had 2 other kids with Bruce, but Bruce couldn't have kids because he was on hormones for 5 years. He was sterile. There's no way he could have 2 more kids with her. So guaranteed those kids aren't his. If they did a genetic test, DNA test, I put in my video, I'll guarantee you, I'll bet you $100,000 that those kids are not genetically his.
Man, it's terrifying, dude. It is fucking terrifying. Like, I'm 21. Wait, is it 21? Yeah, I'm 21. And you know, every time I hear about all this bullshit, I start to realize, fuck. You know, they really is no hope. Like, you know, this thing called, you know, love. It's what, non-existent.
Well, I was talking to one of my friends earlier on here, and I had told this story before, but when I started doing psychology, and I got into psychology, 10, I think it was 104 or 103 or something. The psychologist that was teaching the class, she was an older woman. She had said that they had found out that 63% of men in America were actually taking care of children that weren't theirs. And and the thing is that you need to understand about this part of the study that they were talking about. This isn't men who have married some woman that has kids. This is a man who married a woman who said she was a virgin, and then, or had never had kids before, and he got married to her, and then he has kids, and then later on accident, they get a blood test at the doctor's office for the kids because something happened, like they broke their arm or something like that, and then accidentally the doctor stumbles upon the fact that the DNA from the son or the daughter and the DNA from the mother doesn't match the father's DNA, that the blood type isn't the same, that like the kid is an A and the mom's like an AB positive and the dad's like an O, you know, so it's like it's not even close, and they're like, he's not the father of these kids, you know. So those are 64%, you know.
64%.
Yeah, and that's only the
Oh,
ones,
man.
that's only the ones that they've stumbled upon. The problem is there's a lot more than that. The fact is, there's a good chance that your parents, your father, might not even be your dad. Because here's the thing with women. Women want like really hunky guys. They want like those really male model types. They like that. They try to act like they don't. They're like, oh no, we want a beta male provider. They only want a beta male provider to take care of them, to work, because these guys that are really good at working, that are good at computers, that are good, want to sit behind a desk all day and work so that they can come home and give them a new purse. These guys aren't really good in bed. They're kind of like, you know, they're not really guys that you would really want to hang out with, really. But they're good providers, and they take good care of the children, and they buy nice houses and nice cars, and you'll have a swimming pool and all this stuff. So that's what they want, but they know that those guys aren't going to give them very good DNA. So they'll go out to a bar when their husband's not looking, and they'll find like this big hunky male model guy, and they'll fuck the shit out of him and get pregnant, and then they come home to their husband, and then they have a baby, you know, and then they're like, oh, this is your baby, and it's really not. It's some other dude's baby.
Only time that shit's really obvious is that it's like it's a different race, you know.
Yeah, if they come home and it's a Spanish baby or something, or a black baby, and it's like, wait a minute, what the fuck? But I think a lot of women know that that's the case, and they don't want to do that. So they just go out and they try to find some guy that's really hunky, that they think, oh, well, the kids will look kind of like him, and it doesn't matter when they're babies, because as they get older, when they're like 18, it doesn't even matter anymore. So they don't really care, as long as when they're born, if it's white, the dad's gonna think, oh, it's mine, you know. So you don't want to go out, like if you're married to a white guy, you don't want to go out, you know, if you're white and he's white, you don't want to go out and sleep with like a Hispanic and then get pregnant. That's just not going to work. you know. So you have to like kind of stay within your own race so that your husband doesn't get, you
Yeah.
know,
Otherwise, it doesn't catch on.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know. So that's
You
what
know,
a lot of them do, you know.
The funny part as well, I have actually seen that. Well, partly seen that happen. I had a buddy of mine in college. Bear in mind, this is the UK college. I think it's like high school compared to the US. Anyway, so this buddy of mine, we used to hang out, play basketball all the time, and I was talking to my buddy. I was like, dude, why don't you join me? Let's go to the gym sometime soon. And then the guy say to me, "Oh no, it's all good, man. My girlfriend, doesn't like muscly people, doesn't like muscly men." And next thing you know, the gal is cheating on him, like, literally just carouseling, the whole college, and the motherfucker is broken up.
Yeah. Well, there, did you? I was gonna ask you about this too. Did you see Optimus, the new video of vegan gains?
What?
Vegan gains. the the
No.
the YouTuber that's vegan. I watch him all the time. He did a video like a week ago where he was talking about how he fell in love with the girl he was going to go marry. He was getting ready to go to like overseas to someplace in Europe, and he met this girl online, and he was going to go marry her, and he was going to stay there for 3 months with her, and he was getting ready to leave within a couple of weeks, and he had got his passport and he had done all this shit, and he had already got like a marriage license and everything. And then out of the blue, she told him while she was out shopping that she wanted to break up with him and she didn't want to marry him. And then he did another video where he's like, he's getting a divorce. He never even married her. He just had the paperwork and he's getting a divorce, and he never even slept with her, didn't even know her. And he did this video, and he's like, "Oh, it's so mangina, white knighty. Oh, it's horrible." Listening to him talk,
Oh,
he's
fuck.
like whining and like saying like, she said she didn't want to be with him, and he doesn't realize how women work. Like, she's saying like, "I don't want to be with you because you're not spiritual." That's what she told him. But really, they just don't want to say like, "I don't want to be with you because you're kind of creepy, and I don't really want to." I don't really want to be with you for the rest of my life. I definitely don't want to marry you, and I don't really want to. You're kind of like somebody that I don't really want coming and staying with me for 3 months and all this kind of bullshit. So instead
was
of
this a divorce rape?
Instead of being honest and saying that, she just said like, "I don't think we'll be good together because you're not very, into like spirituality and all this stuff." So on the video, he starts white knighting and like, I astral projected, and I took mushrooms and I astral projected and all. He starts.
At least you're sticking with the veganism, right?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He was talking about like he did mushrooms and astral projected, and he's really spiritual, but he's done tons of videos where he's talking about being an atheist. And I'm like, what are you talking about fucking astral projection when you're talking about being an atheist, dude? It's like, that sounds like fucking bullshit that Christians say, you know?
Oh yeah.
And like, did she get a payout? Payday after the divorce?
No, he didn't even. They never even met each other. They were online.
Oh, right.
Through Skype. They were like
Man, yeah.
Like, the funny thing is like he's like kind of a creepy guy because she sent him a thing and said like, "I like your videos and stuff like that, and I really like what you have to say." And then he wrote her back, and he said in his video that he gave her a chance because he gets so many requests for people to come meet him and all this bullshit. And so he decided to give this girl a chance, and as they started talking, the first thing he liked about her was she played the same video game that he did. So he starts talking about all these video games things, and this is the video that he did about falling in love with her, and then all of a sudden, like a week later, it sounded like she watched that video and like didn't like what he had to say and thought he was a little bit weird and kind of creepy, and she decided, I don't want to marry this guy and I don't want him to come hang with me. So she didn't want to just be honest, because most women don't want to be honest. They want to tell you some bullshit. So she just said like, you're not spiritual enough, and I don't want to marry you anymore and all this stuff. So then she just like broke up with him. So then he makes a video white knighting and simping and whining about, it's so hilarious seeing it. because it was like
Oh man, I've
it
got
was
to see
such a,
this. I have got
it
to
was
see
such a
this.
simpy video. Oh, it was hilarious. I don't. It was like
Yeah, I'm uh-huh.
male vagina dripping all over the place.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he was actually sending her money. Because I've had that actually happens quite a lot. Like, the dude, is like, head over heels, and then, she'll be asking, oh man, I need money for this and that and this and that. And then, yeah, um, she keeps hanging the carrot in front of me, man. And then when it hits home, that, the guy really is fucking going to go over and going to see her. And then, she bails.
Yep.
I think the cunt needs to be falcon punched.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is too, like, I mean, he's not really the greatest looking guy either, but she was kind of like, she kind of looked like a lesbian, you know. She was like short hair, she wore glasses, problem glasses, and all this kind of bullshit, and
Problematic glasses.
she looked a little bit like a lesbian, she looks a little bit like a lesbian, so I mean, I think Vegan Gains is like 6'4" or something like that, and I would think that he could probably. Oh, fuck, man, come on! I would think he could probably do a hell of a lot better than her.
Oh yeah.
Besides, he's just going into the unknown. I mean, there's so many unknowns. I mean, you go there, maybe you find out, maybe, it's just a couple of guys who just want to rob you.
Yeah.
Because, it's funny because it actually happens. Like, the guy will be thinking, oh man, I'm going to meet, this lady, and then on Teams, and then it goes over to him. Next thing, the motherfucker is getting robbed. Because, he's got the money to pay for, like, sometimes he might be just, paying, like a prostitute, or maybe just going to see her, and then usually he'll be loaded with money, and then the motherfucker gets robbed.
That's why you always take a gun with you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, let's listen to this, and we can laugh at him. Where you can see him simping and white knighting, and like talking about astral projecting and stuff. It's like, what? What are you talking about?
Oh man, I can only take so much
projecting.
Yeah. Let me turn that down. I don't want the music on there. Yeah, listen to how whiny he sounds.
This isn't a video that I thought I'd ever have to make, but yeah, Jasmine broke up with me about 3 or 4 days ago. That's why
It looks like a mangina.
Weird. I took like 2 days off because I had to clear my mind of fuck before I could make it.
Yeah, he had to clear his mind of fuck before he made another video. So he's yeah. If you guys get on his channel and watch the video How I Fell in Love, oh, it's
I don't think I want to give him the views.
Yeah, it's priceless. It's priceless.
Oh yeah. It reminds me of Allison. The YouTube guy Allison. He does like short videos, and then you remember the one who was talking about where like he broke up with his girlfriend, like all simping and shit. Yeah. This
is like price. I mean, you can see like he talks about the stuff that the reason why she broke up with him, and you can tell he's like, I'm still in love with her and stuff. And then he's trying to, like, the stuff that she said he wasn't, he's trying to act on the video like he is because he thinks she's still watching his videos. So she thinks
she already done got caring, she already.
He thinks maybe he can convince her to like come back to him if he pretends, or if he says like, I am spiritual, I'm this and I'm that, and kind of that thing that women do, like, I've changed. That kind of thing. Yeah. So he's basically simping like that, trying to act like what the things that she said she didn't like about him actually aren't true, because I'm actually really like that. I am like that. And it's like, he's such a white knight simp mangina, And he did a video I remember watching a video that he did about 8 months ago, or 9 months ago that he was talking about basically how he hates women and feminists or cunts and all this kind of shit. And he was talking about all this stuff, and he was saying a lot of stuff that sounded like he was a MGTOW, you know. And so I was like, oh, this is cool. He's a MGTOW guy, and I thought, wow, this is cool. So I thought he was cool because he was a vegan and he was MGTOW like me, you know. And then all of a sudden he starts talking about this girl that he met and how he's, you know, dating this girl, and he's never even met her, and he only knows her from Skype and from Facebook.
You'd know me, if I talk about a girl that I met, it's usually gonna end badly.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
it's usually not a good story. You're not gonna be talking about a girl that you've met and saying like, oh yeah, she was great and I really fell in love with her and she was wonderful. No, it's gonna end in like, and then she fucked my best friend, you know.
And then she said, I think.
Yeah. Told me you seem like a really nice guy, and then she said, but.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go off the cuff and tell you what the fuck happened. Just out of nowhere, it came as a surprise to me anyway, that she just said we should break up and she can't be with me, and she said that I'm not spiritual enough.
The look on his face, man. He's like getting ready to suck that cock.
Oh yeah, he would totally let her cuckold him. Yeah, it's funny. Like I watched a video from Grade A Under A where he was talking about Vegan Gains, and I didn't know Vegan Gains had an old channel. And his old channel, he was saying some crazy shit in comments, and Grade A Under A found a bunch of stuff from his old channel. He has an old channel called I think it's actually still up even, and he wasn't getting very many views, so he started the new channel and started talking about veganism and stuff. But his old channel was called Haberdashery, which is basically, it was like haberdashery 29, you know, one of those things where they have numbers at the end of it. So it was haberdashery, and haberdashery is actually a term for like sewing stuff, you know.
So simping before it was labeled simping.
Yeah, and if you watch his old videos, he has some old videos on there, I guess, on the channel. He said something about somebody had saved the videos, but the channel is actually not up anymore, so maybe he closed the channel already. But he found comments that he had made on this other channel, and he was talking about like being like abducted by aliens and all kinds of weird shit, you know. And it's like it puts him in a whole new light about some of the shit he was talking about. I don't know if he was trolling or what, but he was a very strange guy, you know. And he's only been on YouTube. A lot of people don't realize how big his channel has got so quickly, and it makes me kind of question about the channel, about him buying subs or buying votes or something like that, you know. Because like on this video, like this, you can see he only has 158,000 subs, right? And he's got 134,000 views on the video. Well, that's over 80% of his subs have watched the video, which is very rare. You get a lot of people that sub to your channel and barely watch any of your videos. They just liked one of your videos, they sub to it, and then they watch another video like a month later, you know. So this is showing that when he did this I'm getting a divorce video, almost all of his subs watched his video.
Oh yeah.
Which doesn't sound right. A lot of people are like, so what? You know, I don't want to watch that. I don't care about that. You know.
Like we already know how it's gonna end, and it's gonna end badly for you.
Yeah, it's like they wanted to watch his video because he's a vegan. They don't care about you getting a divorce or not, or getting married. You know, he's talking about getting married and stuff. And I imagine most of those videos wouldn't have very many views because his people are watching it to see him like shit can on fucking other like guys that work out. That's what he's got these videos that he does called The Worst of the Fitness Industry, where he rips into guys that are on YouTube talking about like selling you know, shakes and, you know, all the bullshit that they talk about, where they're not full natty, which means they're like taking
they're not natural. They're taking
they're
steroids.
not natural. they're actually taking drugs to get really big, but then they're telling everybody they're natural, and they're selling these supplements, and they're saying that this is why they got big, the supplements, when it's really not that at all. So he gets on there and rips on those guys, you know. So that's what the people are on his channel to watch, is that shit. And then he's on here talking about divorce. So, you know, most of his people, I would imagine, probably wouldn't really care that much. And if they would, it would be like half of his subs. You know, so it should have been, you know, somewhere around maybe like 70 or 80,000 subs watched the video. But he's got 134,000 that have watched it. You know, so I mean, it's very questionable. I wonder, because he actually started this channel in like November of 2014, and he's only been on for, you know, like a little over a year, and he's already beating the best YouTubers there are that do vegan, which is Freely the Banana Girl and Durian Rider. And they were the number one YouTubers for a long time for veganism, and they were getting the most views per month, and he's actually surpassed them on views. And I think the reason why he's surpassed them on views is he might be paying for his views.
Yeah, I think this guy is definitely paying for him, because that's really is not natural. I mean, the other thing as well, veganism it's not a broad subject like it's something like, you know, MGTOW.
Yeah.
And you know, that's impossible.
Yeah.
This guy is definitely paying for his views.
Yeah. Well, the Durian Rider and Freely together have more subs than him, and they get less views. That's what's kind of they talked about that on other people's things, and they're getting on their channel talking about like, yeah, Vegan Gains is cool, and he's got more. They're checking him on a site that actually they can do that with on the internet, and they found out like he's actually surpassed them now. He's getting like 6 million views per month or something like that, you know. So he's like surpassed them on views on the monthly views, you know. So, but when you look at his subscriptions, he's only got 158,000 subs, and I think Freely has like 200 or 300,000, and Durian Rider has that many as well. Plus, Durian Rider has like 8 channels. You know, I have 5, but Durian Rider's got like 8 channels. And I think Freely's got 2 or 3. You know, so between all of their channels together, they probably have, you know, close to 1 million subs between them, and their number one channels that they have more views. They should have more views, and they have more subs than him, but he's getting more views than them, so it just doesn't add up. You know, and that's what's funny. They've talked about it before, but they've talked about it when they've talked about people that were selling the diet of eating meat. And now this guy is the number one YouTuber for veganism, so they're not going to say like maybe he's buying his subs. You know, it's like, come on, man, don't be hypocrites. You know, if you're going to call people out, call everybody out. Don't give him a pass because he's a vegan. You know.
Right.
Like we're live right now, and I'm saying this live. You know, I don't give him a pass. I like him, and I think he's a very smart guy. He says a lot. He has well-researched stuff that he talks about, and he brings in a lot of shit when he does his videos. So he talks very knowledgeable about veganism. But him personally, he's weird. He's a very strange guy, you know. And the stuff that he talks about, he has a lot of facts that he talks about and stuff. So I can understand that he probably has a lot of views and he probably has a lot of subs, but this doesn't add up. You know, this kind of stuff here doesn't add up. The 134,000 views and stuff like that. It does add up if you're paying for them. You know, because if you look at other people's sites, you'll see that 158,000 subs. When he put out a video like this, it's not going to be a viral video. There'll be people that'll watch it, but it'll top out at like 100, maybe, you know, like 70,000, 60,000 views. You know, it'll top out at that because you'll usually get about half of your subs will actually watch your videos. You know, when you get to this, you know, here. Like even the Fine Brothers, when the Fine Brothers do videos, they have 13 million subs, and they only get like a million or 1,700,000 views on each video they do. You know, So that means like less than like 1/10 of their subscribers are actually even watching the videos that they make. And that's usually how it is. I mean, usually you're lucky if you get 50% of your subs actually watching your videos. And that's
Yeah, I think
and
I
that's
think
why
you're
I'm
right.
saying, that's why I'm saying
Yeah,
like here, he's got 158,000. He's almost got 158,500, and he's got 134 that have watched the video, which is that just don't happen.
like I think you're onto something, to be honest, cause like what I'm looking at right now, do you guys know Level Cap? He does gaming videos.
Hmm.
Anyway, Level Cap has got like 1.3 subscribers, right?
Yeah.
But on his video, which he did a month ago, titled Top 10 Shooter Games, he's only got 400,000 views. And I'm talking about a guy who's got 1.3 million.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
And this is
saying.
a month. Yeah.
And see this video too. It was put out on the 11th, which is 3 days.
And it's already topped out to more than 80%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That
Yeah.
is bullshit.
Yeah, because you can see here, it's only it's the 14th here, so it's 1 a.m. in the morning, and it's the
I
14th.
just like the fact that he had to buy votes on something about marriage.
Exactly, and divorce. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, let me go back here. He's got the one, the love view. Let me see what the love one has. How I fell in love. Why would anybody that watches him for veganism content care about how he fell in love? And like the funny thing is too, if you go, what says a lot too is if you go to her site, you would think a lot of people this happens to them. Like if you're dating somebody or something like that, she's a vegan too. So he's saying like, this girl, I fell in love with her, blah blah blah. Most people would go over to her site and sub to her. A lot of people do that. So if he has 153 million subs or whatever, or 1,000 subs, you would think that a bunch of those people would go and sub to her. But if you go to her channel, she's only got like 6,000 subs. So nobody even gives a fuck about her.
But
Right.
about the guy, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is shady as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Yeah. I'm looking to see the video here that he did.
With the
he
whole
took
thing going on.
He took it down. He took it down. He took the video down. It was right
Which
here.
video?
It was right here. Because see, he did this video 2 days ago, and then 2 days ago. So it was.
They don't even come close.
2 days ago, 2 days ago. He did all these videos 2 days ago. All these. So he's got like 1 day ago, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 6.
You see, this doesn't even make sense. Like,
he took
the
he
algorithm.
took down the video of how I fell in love. He took it down. It's not even up anymore. Oh, here it is. No, here it is. 1 week ago. How I fell in love. Yeah, see, he's got 163,000 views on that one. But see this next one? This is one. No, he just liked that one. Just liked that one. Let's see. Yeah, see, like masturbation and testosterone. 126,000 views.
This is a week ago.
That's over 50% of his subs. This one has more subs, like Joe Rogan versus Vegan Gains. 298,000 6 days ago. That's more views. That's more subs than he has. Because he put Joe Rogan.
That's like twice, almost twice.
Yeah, but then
this is bullshit.
This is Vegan Gains 2016 interview with the Light Twins. And he's only got 6,000 views on that one with another. These are the Light Twins, some friends of his. So he's got one with rock climbing. See, this is more like it. He's doing rock climbing, arcading, and vegan, just eating shit. And he's hanging out with the Light Twins. He's only got 77,000 views. See? And then this one here, 3 days ago, what he ate in the day, it only has 11,000 views. 3 days ago. See, that's more like it. That's usually what ends up happening. See, like this one, 12,000 views, but like here, Vegan Gains, 163,000, 136,000 views, And this
Seems to
one's 2 days ago.
fluctuate really
But see,
weird.
this is what's really weird. It's like Joe Rogan, and he's got 136,000. But then he's got another one here where it says, it has Joe Rogan and this stuff and the thing, and it's only 14,000. And this Happy Healthy Vegan is another one I'm subbed to. And they've actually got almost as many subs as him. They've got 78,000 subs. And they're only getting 14,000 views on their video. And then here's the Light Twins again. And then Vegan Games, 134,000 views. So it doesn't make any sense, the views he's getting. Like he got a chair, and he uploaded it 14 hours ago. He got a new chair, and he put his chair together, and that's what the video was. It had some music, and he didn't talk at all, and he just took a chair out of this box and he put his chair together, and he got 22,000 views off of that in 14 hours.
Yeah, that is bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
So right now I'm just wondering, because of all this bullshit going on, that maybe, there are some really, really good YouTubers down there, but then they're just buried under the whole bullshit program which is going on.
Yeah, you can't find it. It's really hard anymore to find any really good people. Like I really loved YouTube when I first started 9 years ago. You used to be able to make response videos, like somebody put up a video, and that's actually how a lot of the YouTubers got big and got really popular. That's how TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, that's how he got famous and how he got big and how he got his channel as big as it was. Is he used to go on to other people's videos that were making content about religion, and he would make a response video to them, and then people would watch that video and see him in the comment section, and then they would watch his video, the response video, and then they could find out what he had to say, and people would started to realize really quick that TJ was smart, so they went and subbed to him, and then that's how you would be able to easily find other people's videos. And it was really cool because you might be able to watch somebody's video, and then there might be 6 or 7 response videos to what you said, so you could actually have a conversation like we're having now, instead of doing it in real time like we are, because back then they didn't have this function with Google. But you could have a conversation with somebody like that. It was really cool. You could make a video, and then somebody would say, hey, I don't agree with that, or blah, 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 and then they would put up a video, and then you could respond to that, and then you'd kind of start a conversation, and you'd be doing videos back and forth, and then people would watch your videos. And those would pop up in your feed, and it was really easy to find new YouTubers, and people could get comments, and it was a really cool system. And they've got it now where it's so cryptic, where you can't find any good YouTubers, because all they want to do is force you to watch these guys like Vegan Gains. So if you get on the YouTube and you're looking for Vegan Gains, you'll be finding him. But if you're looking for smaller YouTubers that you might want to listen to that are new guys that don't have very many subs, you're going to have a hard time finding them. And it used to not be that way. It was really easy to find people. YouTube was a great place 10 years ago.
Because I realized over the years, I actually my usage of YouTube actually went down because of the amount of quality of content. It just went downhill because it was I didn't realize at the time that the reason I couldn't find any good shit is because it was hidden under all that bullshit. You've got people like PewDiePie, and I don't even get how people can be entertained by that.
Yeah, to watch. I've never understood that kind of concept, anyways, of somebody
watching people do stupid things. It's like the movie Idiocracy.
Yeah. I just don't understand people that want to watch somebody else do something. I've never had that kind of person, that kind of mentality where, I wanted to go watch people play football. It's like if it's my child playing, if it's my son or or my
It makes
brother
sense.
or
Yeah.
or family member or something like that, I can see. I'll go watch them play, and when they're done, we can go out for drinks or something. I'll be like, cool, man, you did it good, or whatever. But if it's somebody I don't even know, why would I care? Why would I? It's like me. It would be like anybody going to some random high school and watching a high school football game. It's like you don't know anybody. Why are you there? You know? And that's the same thing. It's the same thing. I don't understand why anybody would want to go on some video and watch some guy play a video game and commentate over it and say funny things. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to watch somebody else play video games? I don't like video games. I don't really play them. I haven't played many video games since Atari came out in the 1980s. So
I do play video games,
Yeah.
you know. And
I don't really play them, and the thing is like if I did play them, I would want to play them myself. I don't want to watch somebody else play.
Not just watch some other. Yeah.
I don't understand the concept of watching other people play video games.
I can
see the
understand it
concept
if
of some
someone
of the
was
people.
like wanting to
Like
do a
the
review.
people now, the people that actually are playing video games with other people, they're online and they kind of get together, and there's like 4 or 5 people from all around the world playing video games with each other, and they're all in the same game and all that kind of stuff. That sounds cool. But when you're just like online, not even playing a video game with somebody, and you're just watching somebody else play a video game and talk over it, that's stupid. Why would you do that? It's dumb. Doesn't make any sense.
Like my whole thing is MGTOW gaming, and now I'm gonna like start another channel of like creepypasta readings. Hope people
Oh, dude, sweet.
Yeah, I wonder how that would work. Like I would like to do like a video segment called sexy textbook, you know, and like
hosting Optimus Christ.
Yeah, I would get on there and I would read it like really sexy, you know, and like I would like have I'd put like a rose in my teeth and stuff, and then I would have like a glass of like, you know, like a wine glass and stuff, and like have like, you know, I don't drink, but I'd make it look like it was really sexy, and I'd turn on like a candle, and I'd say it like really sultry and whispery, but all I'd be reading would be like a geometry textbook. You know?
Oh, dude, don't forget the slow-mo opening pages, you know, slow-mo for when you open pages.
Yeah.
Or when you say big
words.
words.
Seductively before you do it, too.
Turn the page really slowly and really like seductively, and then you read some of it, and then it's all in the inflection, because like you can read anything, and depending on the way you read it, it sounds sexual. So you can like stop at certain points that aren't really there, like, you know, you could put like apostrophes and, you know, quotation marks and stuff in around areas that really shouldn't have them, but by the way you're inflecting your voice, and by the way you're reading it,
Hey, you're
sounds
James
sexual.
T. Kirking it.
Yeah, it sounds sexual, even though you're talking about something that's not even sexual at all. Like I can read my psychology textbooks, you know, and stuff like that, and I could just read stuff off and have people go like, "Oh my God, it sounds so sexual," you know. I think
Yeah,
that would be,
man, that's fucking beautiful, dude.
Yeah, dude, I think it'd be
you should do it. You should
50
fucking
Shades of
do
Grey
it.
ain't got shit on me.
yeah.
Oh, you know what? You know what you should do as well? Like, you could sometimes auto-tune it as well.
Yeah.
To add
No,
that, you know,
no,
digital tone to it.
That just takes away from it. Like,
You know, it's,
like seriously, like if I was going to do a sensual reading, I can make anything sound dirty.
Yeah.
Like take the word watermelon, right? Watermelon.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You know,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. And see, I've got a PA system. and I
like
can-
like just now you wanted to get a watermelon and make out with it. Like just now.
Yeah. And see, I can get like candles and put candles on top of my computer. I can turn off all the lights. I can face the camera towards me, you know, in a certain angle, and then I can be reading the book, and I can be like flipping the pages really seductively, and I can like look into the camera and then read a little stuff, and then when I stop on things, I won't even say anything. I just look at the camera and like give it like a look and then keep reading. You know? It's like the way you, and because of all these ASMR videos, you know, I can actually be saying it, kind of whispering it, you know, and the way I'm talking, I can be like,
And you know, half the women that appear on there, there's a reason why they whisper, because once they start talking, it sounds like a seagull squawking like a fucking heron.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I think it would be really funny because that's one video like section I want to do, but then I'm still going to do that one. I'm actually here in a little while. I'm going to order another dildo, and I'm going to actually start doing what else can you do with dildo, you know?
Oh, right, I remember. I
Yeah,
was watching your stream the other day.
yeah.
Oh,
That's
you
something
know
I
what?
really
You
want
know.
to do. I want to
Uh-huh.
I want to like use them as grips on my bike and like climb up the wall and have like in the background you can hear like Arnold Schwarzenegger saying "Get to the chopper," you know,
Yeah,
and like
chopper, ow!
and then I'm climbing up the wall, you know, with like rain.
Then
I
all of
have
a
like
sudden
a green screen
hold
and
on,
I'm
you
climbing
hear
up the wall.
cricketing in the background, and all of a sudden it's come with me if you want to live.
Yeah. And then I'll climb
That's
high on the
fucking
wall with
beautiful.
like two dildos with suction cups on them, you know, and I'll be climbing up the wall, you know, like stuff like that. I wanna do like really funny videos like that. Like what else can you do with a dildo? And then like be in the kitchen and like, you know, make like soup or something, and you're like wanting to look for something to stir the soup with, and you're like, damn, I don't have any spoons. What can I use? They're all dirty. And like fill up the sink with all the spoons and stuff, and be like, I don't want to wash this.
Dildo vibration
You just
action.
you go, oh, I'll use this, and you grab the dildo off screen, and then you just start stirring the soup with the dildo. You know, stuff like that, where people are like, oh my god.
And if you
Oh,
set it on
dude, that would
vibrate,
take off. That would fucking
Yeah,
take
I
off.
just thought that would be funny to like, what else can you do with a dildo? You know? And then like I would have like I'm in the shower washing my hair and stuff, and then like I reach for like the toothbrush in the shower, and instead of it's the dildo, and then I start like putting it in my mouth, like brushing my teeth with my eyes closed and soap in my hair. And it's actually the dildo, you know, stuff like that,
Yeah.
where people are like, "Oh my god!" I thought that would be so fucking hilarious. That'd make so many people laugh and roll.
oh man.
And then, yeah, you get a lot more people joining the movement as well. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah, I thought that would be. I got so many little ideas like that for little funny things that will go viral. Shit like that would go so viral. I'd get so many fucking views and subs off of some shit like that. They'd be like, "This guy is crazy. You gotta watch his fucking videos. They're crazy."
Oh, you know what? The best part as well. Like, if you post it, if the first video you have, post it anonymously on 4chan, because whatever you do on 4chan is gonna go
Oh
viral.
yeah, you're gonna. You know what? As a matter of fact, I might as well do that for my MGTOW videos.
Oh yeah,
Look,
like I
look at
actually.
this chauvinistic pig.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I actually did that, and I've got a playlist. I've got like the whole playlist like introduction. Like I've got a couple of friends. I introduced them to it and I've got a whole playlist just set up just to slowly introduce them. Like starting with Plato's allegory of the cave. You guys know about it, right? Plato. Oh, right. It's pretty much an idea that imagine men have been locked up in a cave, chained, and they were just facing the wall. They couldn't turn their heads.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
I know
all
that
their
one.
life, yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much that.
yeah,
So
I know.
that's the first couple of videos about the allegory of the cave, and then I
Yeah,
slowly introduced them to the other principles, and
yeah.
I
I
just
teach that to
posted
my
like
kids
shit
actually.
like that.
I teach
Sorry,
that in my
what?
psychology class. You know.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant. Like
Yeah,
it's
like
brilliant for yeah.
here.
Yeah.
There's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm checking it out.
Yeah, like the one that I really want to do, the first one that I was gonna do, is gonna be like, like my bike. I have these pink bikes. All my bikes are pink. So I wanted to go out, and my handle grips on my bike are all gross. They're nasty. They're all like you grab onto them, they're all sticky on your hands and shit like that. Because I haven't been riding my bike in like 10 months, so they just kind of sit out there and get all fucked up in the rain. So I was gonna go out there and like video it, where make like a whole like segment where I'd kind of like split cut, jump cut, and all kinds of stuff. And I was gonna like put my hands on the grips and like go like, oh, gross, man, these are nasty. I need some new grips. And then be like, I don't have any grips, do I? Oh wait,
Dodo
I know.
action.
I know. And then I'd go in there and I'd get like I'd go in there and I'd get the dildos, and then off camera you wouldn't see what I was doing, and I would actually pull the grips off my handlebars, and you'd see me take the grips off, and I'd kind of jump cut through it so that it would be quick, and then I would put 2 dildos with balls on the handlebars, and then I would get on the bike, and I would get on the bike, and I would start to pedal, but I would make it look like it won't go, it won't go now. And I'd go, what the fuck? And then I'd get off my bike and I'd look and I'd try to move the tire and the wheel wouldn't turn. I'd go, And then I'd go in and I'd get like some lotion, and I'd put lotion on both my hands, and then I'd start pumping both dildos, and then I'd get on to start riding the bike.
Oh man, that shit is gonna go viral,
dude. Back off both dildos, something like that. And then I would start riding the bike and like take off and be like, all right, this is cool, and then fucking ride off, and then have like, as I'm riding off in the distance, you'd have like the old like 1970s like porn music where it's like bow chicka.
Oh dude, you should fucking do that, dude. You should fucking do that.
I'd totally love to do that, Yeah, I think that would totally go viral, a video like that, and then just call it like, what else can you do with a dildo,
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. I'm pretty sure that would go viral.
Yeah.
Like, make it as like the one thing people like make it as like what's the word? Not weird, but like eccentric.
Yeah.
Eccentric as you possibly can pull it off. And that'll be brilliant. That'll be brilliant like that.
Yeah. Like I can do stuff like I can take like an old toothbrush, and be standing at the sink and just like go to like put some toothpaste on the toothbrush and then drop it into the sink and it's like dirty in the sink and stuff like that, and go, oh fuck, what am I gonna do? I need to brush my teeth. And then you reach over and you grab the dildo and you put toothpaste on the dildo and you start brushing your teeth with the dildo, and then you look at the camera and go, what? and then I would end it again. I would end it again after that. You'd get like a picture.
Oh right.
Something, and it would be that. It would be that.
Oh, you know what? I've got another idea as well. I think
that
this
old
will be
70s,
brilliant.
that old 70s porn music. The bow, chicka, bow, wow, 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 wow. Something like that. It would be so. I think it would be so cool.
Yeah.
A bunch of shit like that.
Yeah, dude, and the other thing as well, you should I think it's a good idea. Like if you do it in a way where like people do this thing like a day in a life. Let's say a day in a life of you, and then you do from like morning to afternoon to evening. That kind of thing.
Or like just go through the entire day with the dildo in your hand.
Yeah.
Like something like that.
Yeah. Well, like I was having this one. I have a drafting board. I used to do drafting. I have a drafting board at my house, and I thought about like writing, like drafting, and keep like doing like jump cuts where I like sharpen the pencil, and I get to a really small pencil, and I can't really hold it anymore. Make it look like I can't really hold the damn thing anymore because it's getting too small. So I just take a piece of tape and I take the dildo, and I put it onto the dildo and tape it around the dildo, and then I use the dildo to keep drawing, like that.
Check it out though.
And then have it kind of like fade out, and as it fades out, you have that like that. That fucking old 70s music, and then just have it flash up there. What else can you do with the dildo? Like that.
What else can you do with the dildo?
Exactly. Have it some.
Yeah.
I think that would go so viral.
Yeah.
I think that would go so viral, man.
But no,
I would probably have to start a whole new channel just for that.
MGTOW is a different acronym for men growing tired of women.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, my friend just brought it up to me because I always knew that it's men going their own way, but then he was like, MGTOW, men growing tired of women. I was like, oh,
snap.
I was like,
That's
that gave me
fucking
the
good.
most awkward boner ever, and I'm drinking.
Oh, you know what? We should actually spread that. Like to go to all the circles and then just like oh, actually, how about this? How about this? You suggested, the whole, like, day in a life kind of thing. And what you do is like you start the message there. Like you put like how like they do like subliminal advertising where they put something in the background and then you'll be doing those weird videos, but then they'll be like the same thing which he just said, like written out on a wall or something. So it would be like subliminal, and then people are gonna catch up to that. Like in all your
You know what?
videos, you could have
I
this.
think that would
Yeah,
actually get a whole lot more people in than men going their own
yeah,
way.
yeah, exactly. Like
But
if
that's the
make it
sad
as
part,
subtle
though.
as possible.
Uh-oh.
How come?
There goes your mic again.
Yeah, there goes your microphone again. Sounds like my ass
Oh,
after Chinese food.
right, right.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
I'm getting overflows. Just a second.
Yeah.
I'm using this software which diverts like audio signals to other software or hardware, so it fucks up. Anyway, yeah, it should be fine now.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
It sounds like your bee. It's like
They're like a Mr. Roboto.
It sounds like your bee buzzing around.
Domo arigato.
Mr. Roboto.
Okay, shall we continue on with the escort bitch here?
Oh yeah, I almost forgot what we're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
I went down on him, and after one stroke on a blowjob, he said, "You better stop. I'm going to come." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "It's been a while," and I'm like, I was thinking that's no excuse. Guys, take responsibility for your erections and for your erectile function, and if you come.
Take responsibility?
Oh,
what are you talking about? Take responsibility for your erections? What are you talking about? She went down on him like one time on his cock, and he said, "You better stop. I'm going to come." It's it's been a while. Well, then, if it's been a while and it's been a while since he's done that, you should have made him come, and then let him wait about 5 minutes, and then do him again because then it'll take longer the second time.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. How long have you been a prostitute?
Fucking
You don't know,
twat.
like, yeah. If this guy hasn't had sex in a long time, maybe you should suck his dick until he comes, and then let him wait a few minutes, and then fuck him, and then he might fuck you for 5 or 10 minutes.
With someone like that, I'd just be like, no.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering if this girl's going to get any business now. How many people,
Nope.
like the guy that just came to her, will be all pissed off. He's like, I'm never going back to that bitch again.
Maybe he's gonna show up, to Actually, I think maybe this whole thing might be kind of a trap. Like she's pretty much challenging his manliness, and then he's gonna want to prove himself.
Yeah, come back and take longer. He'll
And he's gonna and you know what?
Over there.
Yep.
He'll
and then she's gonna make him
jack
pay
off
more.
4 times before he comes over there, and then he'll be like, I'm gonna fuck this bitch for 3 hours.
And then he
get her from
he gets off in 30 seconds, like, well, okay, I'm leaving. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be the other thing. Or he doesn't have sex he doesn't like jack off for like a month, and then he comes back over to her place and like she just touches his dick and he comes and he goes, thanks. He leaves.
Thanks. Later.
Yeah. That'd be better, Just piss
That
him off
would
even
be
more.
awesome.
Then she'd do another video. He came over this time. I didn't even get any sex. I just touched his dick and he came all over my leg.
And he was like, that's the point.
Yeah. It's like, thanks for the help.
Yeah. Or maybe the whole thing might be just like an attack generally on the male species, just to go to her to prove themselves that not everyone is like that. I won't be surprised if that's the whole deal, because there's always a reason why they do the things they do. You know, like how the movement the way it talks about it, like no matter what they do, there's always a reason why, and usually it's not for your benefit.
Well, I would wonder about a lot of people have personas on the internet, and I would wonder if this lady isn't actually not an escort and not a prostitute, and that she's actually just some like slutty girl that goes to bars and sleeps with guys, and she's has a persona on the internet that she's a prostitute and that she's sleeping with guys. So she gets on there and she just makes up these stories about guys she's fucking when really she's not fucking anyone. You know? And she's not a prostitute. You know, I would wonder.
She's just attention whoring.
Yeah, she's just acting, thinks she's gonna get views.
Yeah.
If she gets on there and talks about like her, you know, guys that she slept with, that they're good in bed, but they didn't do this stuff, and they went like what gives me a red flag is the whole he went down on me.
Because
who in their right mind would go down on a prostitute?
Yeah, you don't know where that shit's been.
Yeah, nobody's gonna go down on.
I mean, you had to take a month's worth of venereal disease meds in order to, you know, clear your conscience of that.
Yeah, I would never go down on a prostitute. Shit, I would barely go down on a wife, let alone a prostitute. Yeah, so shit like that makes me wonder what the fuck is going on, you know? That's kind of just like a red flag right there.
Too fast. You gotta practice on yourself masturbating. Don't come see me or any other woman when you have premature ejaculation. That's just loser status. Like, that is so dissatisfying. Especially when you have a good cock. Like, if you suck in bed.
Wow. Okay.
My gosh, it's still going with the whole Princess Dolly.
That's kind of their whole thing. Like, a lot of guys aren't very good in bed, and they know that women won't be satisfied by them, so they would want to be with somebody. So if they pay you, whether they're good or not, you're just supposed to like do your job and tell them they're good in bed and tell them they're great and all that stuff, and then they get happy and they leave. You know, whether they have a tiny dick and they come in 2 seconds, or whether they have a big giant fat dick and they come in like 20 minutes. You're just supposed to do your job. Your job is to make them feel like they're the prince. You know?
Exactly, yeah.
That's your job as a prostitute, to make them feel like they're the number one person, like they're the best person you've ever fucked in your life. That's your job. You know? And she's acting like, no, it's supposed to be a mutual thing, and we're supposed to mutually be happy, and he's supposed to make me come, and he's supposed to make me wet. On what fucking planet are you talking about? I've never heard a prostitute talk like this in my life. That's why I'm saying it sounds like this woman is married, and she's actually
bitching about her husband.
Yeah, maybe she's bitching about her husband, or she's married and her husband doesn't really have sex with her anymore, and she's making these stories up, trying to have an online presence, and her husband doesn't even know she's doing this, and she's actually a stay-at-home like mom or something, and her kids are at school right now and her husband at his work and don't even know she has a YouTube channel, and she's making these videos saying she's a prostitute when really she's not, you know. And I'm wondering, you know, because a lot of girls do shit like this for viral content, just to make viral videos. So she's doing this video. Why would anybody? I mean, it's not unless she's in like Arizona or something like that. It's not even legal to be a prostitute. So why would you get on the internet and start saying that you're an escort and that you're sleeping with men for money? First of all, the guy that you just slept with could sue you for slander, or if you accidentally mention somebody's name or somebody knows that somebody went to see you, then they'll know who it was. You know, so I mean, they could fucking sue you. They could all this tells me that this is probably complete bullshit. You know, that it's all
and the funny thing, and the funny thing, even if the whole thing happened, guess who will be the victim?
Her, of course, even though she's a prostitute.
Yep.
Women are going to be like, thank God this is over. But when you have a good cock and you're passionate, like, we want it to last, and when you don't, it's like, now
we don't.
my time. You've got me all turned on, and you're going to leave me here all horny. And
you're a prostitute. Why don't you play with yourself after he leaves and get yourself off? Get out of you're a prostitute. You don't have a vibrator? You don't have a vibrator anywhere where you can play with your pussy until you come? You know? You're a prostitute and you don't know how to use like your fingers, and you're telling him to masturbate and take care. Like, that's what's funny. Like, this is like the feminist style stuff. In one sentence, not just like 30 seconds ago, she was saying take care of your own cock. You know, she's saying like, if you're a premature ejaculator, don't come to me and all this kind of bullshit. But then she's saying in the next sentence that she's not taking her own, like, she's not taking credit for her own, like, her own sexuality and her own pussy. You know, that she's actually, you're just like most women, it's always the man's fault, whether she comes or whether he comes too quickly, whether his cock is too big, whether it's too small. It's always the man's fault for everything in the bedroom. There's never a point where it's not the man's fault. Even if she just laid there like a codfish and didn't do anything, it's still not her fault. It was your fault that she did that. You know? So that's how most of these women are, and that's what's really funny. If you're a prostitute, which tells me you're not a very good one, most prostitutes are really good at finding out what somebody likes and making their kind of like dreams come true. You know? They kind of like, what do you like? What do you want to do? You know, that kind of stuff. And they'll do anything you want to do as long as you pay them. And then, like, if you have something you've always wanted to do in your life, but no girl, you're always scared to ask a girl to do it or something, you pay a prostitute and she'll do it. And they're really good at knowing what you want. And they know that that's their job. So this bitch sounds like she's never been a prostitute in her life, and if she has been, she's been one for like a week. You know, and she doesn't know anything about being a prostitute, because prostitutes are usually very good at knowing what the fuck they're supposed to do. They don't lay there like a codfish and expect you to do all the work and get them off, because that's not your job. If you're coming and paying a woman to have sex, you're not trying to give her an orgasm. You know, that's shit you do to your girlfriend, not to a prostitute.
Leave me, like, fuck you. Fuck you. That's what I want to say to this guy. So, just because I take men for appointments doesn't mean I will see anyone. I'm choosing who I see, and I expect them to care about me. When they come to see me, they have to care about me. And if they
really, when a guy comes to see you as a prostitute, you expect him to care about you? Excuse me? Why would he care about you? You're a prostitute. That makes no sense at all. That's why I'm saying the stuff she's saying sounds like no prostitute I've ever heard in my life. It's like she sounds like she's a prostitute in a town of 50 people. You know?
Where everyone knows each other.
Exactly. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like she's been a prostitute for a week, and she's the only prostitute in town. So that's why guys will come and sleep with her, because they don't have anybody else that's a prostitute in the town. You know, so she's like the only one. She lives in some little farming town in like Ohio or something. You know, she gets like one person to fuck her a week.
Don't disgrace my state like that.
Yeah. Some little farming.
We don't want to hear as much as you want her in Japan, okay?
Yeah. It's like they have two choices. They can fuck her or they can fuck a goat. You know. So they couldn't find a goat that day, so they decided to go to her.
Ouch.
Right in the fields.
Yeah.
I won't ever see them again. So,
good. Leave Ohio, bitch.
So then my sister was like, why don't you have a relationship? I'm so in love. The sex is so much better in a relationship. Yes, it is. So you want me to sit around and twiddle on my finger and fuck myself with my finger waiting for Mr. Right to come along? Fuck that.
Yes.
I'm not waiting for Mr. Right to come along. I am taking a stand that I am the authority of my sexual expression, I am the authority of my sexual pleasure, and I am so powerful.
Oh my god.
Oh, this
Oh my fucking
this is
god.
what's so hilarious. She's saying all this stuff and she's standing there in that outfit.
Yep.
It's like, what are you talking about? They're so vapid. The shit she's saying is so fucking vapid. It's like she sounds like and even the way she talks about it. She's got that really moany, whiny kind of fucking voice where she's like, I can't believe he did that to me, and oh my god. It's like this woman, even if you were
If you listen closely, you can tell English is not her first language.
Yeah, it's like you can tell, like, when she's talking, it's like if you were married to her, this is one of those whiny cunty bitches that, like, nothing you do for him is right, and like she's one of those ones they always make fun of when they talk about, like, where do you want to go to eat, and she says I don't care, and then you tell her, like, okay, well, let's go here, and she's like, no, I don't want to eat there, and you're like, well, where do you want to eat? I don't know. You know, she's one of these kind of people that's like hard to fucking just.
It's like, okay, so we're going to Taco Bell. No, I don't like that. Well, I don't give a fuck what you like, bitch.
Yeah.
You said you don't know. I'm choosing for us.
Exactly. She's like, where do you want to go? Well, we're going to go to, like, the Village Inn. No, I don't like the Village Inn. Okay, well, then we're going to go to Wendy's. I don't want to go to Wendy's. Well, then let's go get Pizza Hut. I don't want pizza, you know? Or then they'll say, like, okay, let's have pizza, but let's go to Papa John's. You know, and then you go to Papa John's and you're like, well, what do you want on your pizza? I don't know, anything that's good. I don't care, whatever you want. And then you say something, they're like, no, I don't want that either. It's like, this is this bitch. I guarantee you, this is how it would be with a relationship like these women. And then it's always, the funny thing is when they're like that, they say you're supposed to just accept that because that's just me. I'm just a woman, you know. And you're not. I make life hell for a man, and you're just supposed to accept it. You know,
it's funny because kids say the same thing. Like, they do something. Oh, I'm just a kid.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing I always talk about with these feminists. They have those laws where they say, like, they're trying to come up with more and more laws where they're trying to say, like, if a woman has had a couple of drinks and then you have sex with her, that's rape because she's not able to give her consent because she's drunk or she's had a few drinks. But
well, what about guys then, huh?
Well, that's the only time that works because that doesn't work if you're drunk and driving a car. It doesn't work if you're drunk and you hit somebody on a bicycle or on a motorcycle. You know, if you're drunk, the only thing in your entire life, in entire societies, that you can get away with is if you're a woman and you've had sex. That's the only situation where that's allowed. Is for you to say, like, I wasn't able to give my consent, is if I'm drunk and I had sex. Now, even though I liked the guy and maybe I was like this girl where I was drunk a little bit, I had sex with a guy, it was really great sex, and then I woke up in the morning and I wish I wouldn't have done it, so now I'm going to say he raped me. All of a sudden. Now all of a sudden he raped me. You know,
oh, man, yeah, I'll tell you about this story. I was actually out clubbing last night, and I met this poor schmuck, and it was we somehow ended talking about, the movement, but I didn't say it, but it was kind of the ideas behind it. And this guy was telling me, oh, he had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend, like, was cheating on him, and then a week later she would go back to him, saying, oh, let's stick together, I'm sorry, and then she did that a couple of times. The guy kept going back to her, and then finally he broke up with her. And this guy was working at this leisure resort, right? And then the cops just come for him. They just come to get him, and it turns out that he had seen the girl, like, a month ago, but then somehow this girl called the police because he wouldn't talk to him, like, he was he was just blanking her out. And then she was mad, and then she literally called the police. Bear in mind, this is the UK as well. She called the police, told him, oh, this guy was harassing me, and she took everything from him, even his pet parrot. And this guy fucked up as well because he went to live with his girlfriend. So literally everything he had, it's just now his girlfriend's because he was not allowed there. And the funny part, he took the bitch to court, and yeah, like it almost went sideways for him, and somehow he made it through.
Yeah,
You know,
that's the thing with women. I'm always telling these guys, there's all these fucking MGTOWs that fucking annoy me. They're like, oh, well, I'm red pill, so now I can use women because I know what's up with their bullshit. Well, you can if you want to stick your dick in a grenade.
Yeah.
Because you have no fucking
Yeah.
clue what you're doing. You will never have the upper hand over a woman because of the way society is set up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Society,
Now,
laws, and everything
does
are
that
set
mean
up
that you?
in her favor. You're never going to be over her because of the law. And anytime she wants, if she thinks you're getting over on her, she can give a false claim of you beat her up or you had sex with her, you raped her.
Yeah.
She could do that a year after. She could do that a year later.
Yeah.
You know, she might
And
see
you know what?
she might see
Yeah.
that you have a really good job. Like when she met you, and she had sex with you. Maybe you were working at like Taco John's or some bullshit, and then all of a sudden a year later you're working for like you're a manager of some place, and you're making really good money. So then she wants you to pay her, and she's like, oh well, he raped me. And then she puts in this claim, and it's her, he said, she said, and in the court system, the way they've set it up, her point of view is worth more than yours because she's a woman.
Exactly.
So that's
You
all
know,
it takes. And now all of a sudden you're in jail for 5 years, and she's getting money from you. You know?
oh man, the worst thing that happened between the two of them. The police came to take him on handcuffs while he was still working in the leisure resort, and he lost his job because of an accusation, a false accusation. He fucking lost his job.
Well, that's the thing. I was going to talk about that too today.
Yeah.
This is something else I was going to talk about. Something that you're not seeing and that you won't see either. The fact that Bill Cosby was acquitted of all charges.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, last week. He was acquitted of all charges. And you know where you're not going to see that reported?
Uh-huh.
Because they were doing all kinds of stories, TYT, about how he was a nasty guy and how there's like smoke and there must be fire and all this bullshit, and how there's all these women that came out and there's all these stories. Well, here's the problem. They've already slandered him. And now, because he got off of the charges, people are going to say that it was because he had money and he had really good lawyers and he was able to pay some good lawyers to get him off. Even though
The reason why they put the claims in the first place was because they had money.
Exactly. So even now that he's got off on it, people are still going to say, I bet he got off because he had money. So he's like fucking 95 years old, so it doesn't matter anyways. He's going to be dead in like less than 10 years probably. But his career's over, now, and they've even slandered his name where like a lot of the places that used to, like Nickelodeon and all that stuff that used to show the Cosby Show at night aren't showing that anymore. Because of this, and they're still, even though he's got off of it, they're still not going to show it. So all of this stuff is like his whole career is over, and that stuff follows you. And a lot of the times, this stuff that these guys are red pill, that are saying like, oh, I'm red pill, so I can go out and fuck all these women and just be like a player. They don't understand that this could happen to you at 21, and then every place you go after that, you're a rapist. Even if you're even if you're found like, not guilty, it's still on your record. You're still going to be a rapist.
Yeah, that happened to me as well. Like I was I think 17. Yeah, it fucks you up your confidence so much, and yeah, it's. I've got a few Reddit stories if you wanna read them. Well, they were kind of like eye-opening. Just a second. I will use a link. So, okay, this is well, it explains everything here anyway. So, there you go.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. We're not going to see anything about Bill Cosby getting off. You won't see it on like mainstream TV because like Whoopi Goldberg was saying like she didn't believe it. She didn't believe all this stuff. Why would they come out and start slandering him like 40 years after it happened? Because some of the girls that came out said that this shit happened back in the 70s. And it's already after the fact, and that you know, so there's all these women coming out of the woodwork saying like, yeah, he did that to me too, you know, and it sounds really like complete like bullshit, you know. And it's funny that the way it happened, but they were able to prove like that it was all crap. It was all bullshit stories, you know. And then now all of a sudden that they found out this stuff, now all these places that were saying he was a rapist and all this stuff are now not saying anything. And that's the funny thing about it. They'll always jump on the story and slander them, and then once it comes out that they're not, they don't say like,
They
oh,
don't even report it. Yeah.
yeah, they don't even say like, oh, he was acquitted and blah blah blah. They don't say like accused, like Bill Cosby is accused. You know, they don't ever say that. It's like he's a rapist and blah blah blah. And then
They are the
after
judge and the jury.
yeah, because you're innocent until proven guilty. But the way the court system works in America, especially for cases like this kind of stuff, like rape and things like that, or beating your girlfriend or something like that, you're guilty until proven innocent. You know.
Yeah, it's messed up. And you know what? The one thing that was really fucked up, they came up and they picked me up, right? And they actually took me to the police station for like, they literally put me in a cell for like, the whole fucking day waiting for a solicitor to come. And bear in mind, it's literally you get treated like guilty, like, the, it, you never truly you never truly understand what guys are talking about until it happens to you, unfortunately. And also unfortunately that's how people actually learn about these things, because I remember uh I was watching a video of Messenger Rising, and as much as I don't want to accept this, this was he was doing a response to Chosky about him telling guys to pursue the other gender. And he was talking like, you guys do not fucking realize the fact that you actually don't have any power in this.
Yeah.
You have no idea. You're literally just chow. You're
Yeah.
all fucking chow. You can say, oh man, it was manly as fuck, but at the end of the day, you can be chow.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing I'm always telling these guys. There's guys coming on like, there's some MGTOW and even just some regular guys that I've been on Hangouts with. Like, I don't trust any of these guys that say like you shouldn't have sex with women and all this stuff. And I was like, well, I'm gonna tell any guy to not have sex with women, to not get in a relationship with a woman, to not have anything to do with them, because I've been in 4 marriages and I know what it's like, and I have a lot of experience. But if you want to do that, that's you. But I've also said, if you do that, you're not a MGTOW. You're not red pill. You're at best purple pill. Because it's kind of like how I talk about with veganism. It's like if you're not a vegan and you're a meat eater and you don't know about all the stuff and you're just like going along eating meat and whatever, that's fine. Then you're basically like blue pill. But once I sit you down and I give you some of the videos and you've watched them and you understand all the bullshit and you understand how nasty it is and how you shouldn't be eating this stuff, after you do that, it's all on you now. Now that's you. Now you're fucked up because you're doing it. Because you know everything and you're still like, I don't care. So that's what these guys are. Now they're red pill and they're going back to the plantation trying to act like they're running the plantation,
And they don't realize that that's just the mere fact of just stepping into the plantation. You just absolve yourself of every power you had.
Exactly. As soon as you stick your dick into a woman, you have no idea what kind of crazy you just stuck your dick into. You don't know if she's going to have some disease. You don't know if she's going to try to come back at you and say you got her pregnant. You don't know if she's going to try to take the condom and get pregnant from it and entrap you. You don't know if like 2 months later she's going to come back and say you raped her. You have no fucking clue what kind of psychotic bitch you just stuck your dick into. And the only way you can get around that is to not have anything to do with them. That's the only way you have to not have anything to do with them.
Yeah, it is a nightmare. It is a fucking nightmare. The other thing as well, I'll be honest about this. As much information as I know, like I'm 21 years old right now, and I started learning about it about a year ago. And then as much information as I know right now, I've got this. It's almost like an overriding, like let's say a thought process, which like because as much as I know about it, I still want to do it, even though I know that it's just a self-destructive nature.
Well, it's in
I
it's
think
in it's
that's
in your
yeah.
DNA. It's in most men's DNA when they're kids like you, that they want to have kids and they want to get married, and it's because we indoctrinate you when you're children to watch movies and love stories, and you have this need, like that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get married, and you're supposed to find the one true love in your life, and all this stuff. It's the movie. It's all fake. It doesn't exist. And when people get together with a woman, they find out real life, what's really going on, and she finds out the same thing because she's under the same spell. They really believe that it's true, that this love story bullshit is true, that you're gonna find fucking pretty woman. They think that this shit is real, and it's not. It's all fake. So there's no that's the problem. It's like these guys need to wake up, and that's what MGTOW is about. We're about trying to help them wake up. And what I've told a lot of guys your age, if you can just forget about chicks and hang out until you're about 30 and not have any fucking kids and not have any fucking girlfriends and not get entrapped into bullshit, by the time
That's the plan so far.
by the time you're 40, you can retire. Because you won't waste your money on fucking bitches. Go to college, get some job doing STEM fields or whatever you're interested in, and save your money. Don't waste your fucking money. It's like a lot of the guys like, well, I'm not going to date any women anymore, so I'm going to go out and buy a Ferrari. No, don't go out and buy a fucking Ferrari. Put that money in the bank, and then when you're 40 years old, you'll never have to work again in your life. You can keep all that money and just live the same life you're living right now for the rest of your life. You'll have enough money to not have to work every day of your life if you don't fucking live with a woman. If you don't let her take all of your money.
Right, yeah. It's really amazing knowledge, Sometimes I'm just baffled. I try to spread it as much as possible, and the
Your
guys
microphone's
still
sounding
just.
like my asshole again.
Yep.
Right. Okay, I need to. Okay, it should be good now.
Nope,
I tell them about.
It's not. It sounds like you're making bacon.
How about now?
No.
Oh shit. Just a second. Okay, how about now?
No.
Fuck.
When you watch the stream back when it's on my channel, you'll see what your voice sounds like. It sounds really weird. It sounds like you're making popcorn. It stopped now. Nope, now it's back.
Is it still back?
No, you're good there.
Oh, okay, good. Anyway, I was saying, I try, you tell these guys, and then they just look at you, they say, oh man, you just hate them, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Again.
Yeah.
Damn
it. Sir, what?
It started doing that again on your voice.
Right. Is it still doing it right now?
No, it stopped.
Okay, good. Yeah, anyway, I was saying, you tell these guys, and then they say, oh, fuck, man,
As soon as you start talking, it does it again. It's like, is it all right? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then you start talking, it's like,
oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that started again. Yeah. It's weird. It sounds like you're making popcorn or something over your voice. It's weird.
Popcorn.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, sweet. So anyway, I was saying, I tell these guys, they're like, oh, fuck, man, you're a fucking hater. What the fuck is wrong with you? How can you hate them so much? What have they ever done to you? Or maybe it's because, you've never had a girlfriend, that's why.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, that's the point. They're like, you must have been hurt. Like, I've had so many women get on my channel and say, you must have been hurt by a woman. And it's like, yeah, that's
I've had female friends say that. It's like, I'm sorry that you've been hurt so much. I'm like, yeah, and now I'm taking action. Get the fuck off my nutsack.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go back again. If like every time you walk into a room, if you get punched in the face with a fucking baseball bat,
you're eventually gonna stop going in that room.
You're gonna stop walking in that room. You're not going to keep going back into the room thinking, well, maybe this time I won't get smacked in the face with a baseball bat.
And then guess what? Fuck! You get smacked again.
Yeah. So after a while, you're just going to shut the door and lock it and be like, fuck that, I'm not going in that room anymore. You know, and that's basically where a lot of MGTOW are at. They're like, yeah, you've been hurt by a woman, and you're tired of, like, every woman you find does the same fucking bullshit to you, and you're finally just like, you know what, fuck this, and you're done.
You know, I've actually had a female just, like, try and talk to me on that subject, and I've been drinking, so if I go off on a tangent, just let me know. Oh, things get interesting when I drink. So... So, you know, she launches into the whole, I can't even imagine what you've been feeling. I'm like, yeah, you can, because you do it to people on a fucking regular basis.
Yeah.
You know, and then she just seems all hurt. I'm like, what? Are you going to offer to whisk me away and treat me like the king that I am?
Well,
No.
you know why they do that. They do that shit to try to trap you. Women do that shit all the time. That's red pill shit, all knowledge, you know, to where they come in and you tell them, like, oh, well, my last girlfriend did this and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, yeah, I'm not like that. I would never do that to you. I don't do that to my boyfriends. I'm really loyal and blah, blah, blah. And then you're with them for like 6 weeks and they're fucking some black dude on the side, you know?
Yep.
And that's women 101. Of course that's what they do to you. They try to tell you like they're Nawalt. I'm a Nawalt, you know?
And Nawalt is a unicorn or a purple squirrel. You're not going to find one.
Exactly. Yeah, they're like, I'm a Nawalt. I would never do that to my man. I treat my man really good, and I'm you know, and it's all bullshit. They
Now
lie.
see, I personally won't go into a relationship again. I personally will probably never date again.
Yeah.
However, my personal beliefs is that does going MGTOW prevent you from going on maybe like a date or out with a friend who happens to be female? No.
I would say no if you are really cautious. You know?
Yeah, if you're cautious,
you gotta know what you're getting yourself in.
Being MGTOW is about raising awareness of women's nature. It's not preventing you from making the choices. It goes along the lines of Christianity. You know, it's you know, Christianity is supposed to let you know the consequences of your action, not prevent you from making those actions.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but Christianity nowadays, you know, is, you know, if you look at the Hebrew word Christianity, it means to bind up or cast out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, it's MGTOW. It just raises your awareness of what goes on around you. Instead of being so goddamn blind and turning out to be a simp beta male provider, you can now finally do what you want to do.
Well, I think it's funny, like the other week when we were in that hangout and that girl came in. You know, it's hilarious how you'll get like you'll see these guys that they're so MGTOW and they're so hardcore and they've studied on it and they're so awesome, you know, and they put out like good content and good videos and stuff, and then some pussy walks by them and they catch a whiff of the pussy and they're gone and they forget all about it and they walk right back on the plantation and now they're blue pilled and they start simping, you know. And it's because they never really were MGTOW, you know. They're just like they got hurt by some girl and they're on here talking about the bullshit, you know, and they're like, oh, I would, you know, this and blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as some pussy comes their way, they're like, oh, I'm fucking back on the plantation, man. I got some pussy now. You know, and it's, you know, it's lame. It's fucking lame, you know. And then they'll back on here 2 years later or a year later whining about the girl they were just with and how she cheated on him with her best friend or how she never gave him sex or how she took his dog or, you know, wrecked his car or fucking took him for a bunch of money. And it's always the same fucking story, and they don't learn. And then they'll come back on and they'll start saying all this shit about the girl they were with, and then a year later there was somebody else and they're back off again. And it's just like a roller coaster ride, and they never learn. They keep going back to that goddamn plantation because they're dumb. They never learn.
You know, yeah, there's something I want to say. This will be a TTS, so just bear in mind. Just let me know if you want me to stop it.
Even my own mother failed to mention that the reason I am MGTOW is maybe because was accused of rape. I will tell you a story. I found out MGTOW, then taught my twin brother. I sent a link to my uncle on Facebook right on his timeline as he is having problems with his marriage. I don't give a fuck, just curious of the nuclear fallout and how the fallout will be. Curiosity will kill me, I know it anyway. Mom found out. She was super mad and came to talk to me / shame me. Bear in mind I come from Africa, and shit like this is pretty much suicide, but YOLO, I raised you better than that. Why are you so broken? What is wrong with you? Why do you hate women? You have to go to therapy. You are broken, you will never be happy. I'm so disappointed with you. Do you know how sad this makes me feel? And you know what is really eating me up and made me sick of my own mother? She failed to mention, even fucking hint, the fact I might be like this is because raised by abusing single female relatives while she and dad were here in the UK, and she knew all about the treatment we got from them. They would be send money and we only got 20% from wearing the same clothes for a month at a time, while at the same time name calling us on how trappy we are, even though they could have provided us not even from their own pockets. Just critically wrecked me is the fact that she didn't mention that I was accused of rape and reported to the police by a female I hanged out and knew for a long time. She didn't even dare to factor this on her rant. After that she was still mad as I just didn't entertain her at all, just let her speak and I would just know she knew for a fact I didn't care. Then she goes to my twin brother telling him how awful woman-hating sick fuck I am. BTW, I've always been a rebel in the family and my twin bro is the civilized one between us. Lel, my bro turns around, tells my mom right in the face that he supports everything that is MGTOW and he is not getting married, lel, and that shut her up for good, lol. She couldn't even tell my dad about what just happened, XD. My face when I see it eating her up inside every day. Funny thing is, lol, she was saying I was broken, even wanted me to go for counseling just for sharing my views, XD. And indeed I got 2 more of my buddies of the MGTOW train and 3 more on the way. To be honest, I really hate to see and feel them heartbroken after taking the red pill. Sad face. For the closing line, I am so very fucking happy I bumped into MGTOW and red pill. It's brought so much sense and light into my very existence, but I have to say at the same time I feel my heart really has been ripped apart and part of my outlook in life just kicked to the curb. I have never been so alive and filled with so much hope that my life will be better than ever. BTW guys, I am a computer science student and...
Yeah, so yeah, that's the whole thing.
And you know, the beliefs that you hold aren't ever going to go with your family well because they've been so ingrained into them from young that they don't realize what they're saying later on in life. So, on one hand, you can't blame your mom for doing that. On the other hand, let her have a fucking rip.
Man. I've got a rainstorm going on over here right now, and it sounds like a fucking typhoon outside. I don't know if you can hear that.
And then no, we can't. It's
Jesus.
It's just a little bit. But anyway, I've got just one more. It just truly cemented.
Well, fix your microphone before it happens, because you were eating rice something.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just play it.
You intentional leave audio recording devices just testing to see if mother, Ovolt applies to your mother, and during one of her phone calls to her friend, she mentions that she makes your dad give him the credit card so she buys Christmas presents, all of them with dad's monies, and during the phone call when asked do you tell them that all of them are from their dad, she responds, of course not, why the hell would I do that? And folks, that's not all. She mentions that she doesn't care what everyone else gets for Christmas as long as she gets what she wants, i.e. buying everyone shitty gifts and saving the money to buy her the good stuff. Sad face. Sometimes I truly regret taking the red pill. It opens your eyes so much.
And some people, they would rather be ignorantly, they would be blissfully ignorant than to see the truth of female nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole
Lots
thing.
of people just don't want to see it. That's the thing. Even after they've. That's why a lot of guys go back on the plantation, because they can't think of they think well, I'd rather be unhappy with somebody than happy alone. And they're like, so I'll just go back on the plantation and I'll let women use me. I already know that that's what they're going to do anyway, so I'll just go ahead and accept it, and I'll just take the blue pill and go ahead and be used for the rest of my life because I want kids and I want a family, and that's all guys are being used, so I may as well just get on the plantation and be used too.
Yeah, man, it seems like they just go on a cycle. Like, they get hurt and then they go, they talk about it. They tell themselves that they're actually embracing the ideas, but then they just fall back on their own words and then they just go back to the plantation.
Yeah.
It's a tragedy. It is a fucking tragedy.
Yeah, it's sad when I see it happen, but what's really sad is when I have hangouts where I talk to guys all the time where they're MGTOW, and they call themselves MGTOW, and then they talk about the girl that they went out with last night. And I'm like, you're not MGTOW, dude. And then there's some guys that come into the hangouts, and that's all they talk about. They're like, yeah, well, I was with this one girl last week, and blah, blah, blah. And then like a month ago when I was dating this one girl, and I'm like, dude, what? You're saying you're MGTOW. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not MGTOW. That's blue pill. That's fucking at best purple pill. You're over here talking about all this MGTOW bullshit, and then you're acting like you're a player. Because you're a MGTOW doesn't make you a player. That's some straight up stupid shit. You don't go out.
Now, if you're bragging about how well the date went instead of actually analyzing how the date went, then yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, when she's over there shit testing you, and you're like, oh yeah, I was such a player. Well, how are you a player when she was shit testing you? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it really fucking does.
If on the very slim off chance that I actually go on a date, I'm not going to be like these other guys. I'm going to be looking out for the shit tests, and I'm going to intentionally fail them. And I probably will record the entire date on video and make a collaboration, make a collab about it. And put it on YouTube. It's like, okay, now you hear what she does, right? She bats her eyelashes, she pushes her chest out, and that's because she's giving you that signal that she wants you to do something. And see, at the moment, the check is being brought. So guess what? That means she wants you to pay for it, and just the analytical side of things.
Yeah, lots of guys just don't look at all that stuff. And that's what's funny. It's like a lot of the guys that are worse about that are the guys that are red pill, and say they're red pill, and then go back and do that again. And they know that they're being used, and they just go ahead and say like, yeah, but everybody's being used, so I may as well just go along.
Right.
Well, then I'm going to use you. Go ahead and send me $500.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I think
some of them just like being used. I think some of them just like being used. You have to like being used if you know that that's what's fucked up. Like I was saying with the veganism, if you know that the women are doing this, and then you go ahead and decide to go ahead and date them and think you're a player, you're walking back on the plantation. So if you know you're being used, you're just an idiot. Because you know that that's what they're going to do, and if you say like, well, it's all right, everybody's getting used, I'm just going to go ahead and be used too, so that I can have some sex, then you're an idiot, and you're not MGTOW.
There's so much more that you can. There's so much less that you have to do in order to get in someone's pants. Basically, okay, if you're going to look at it from the PUA perspective, ignore her. Ignore the shit out of her, because as we know, it is a fact that women hate to be ignored.
Oh yeah, that'll get you more sex than anything.
It is a fact.
Yeah.
It is not an opinion. It's been proven time and time again. So, you ignore her, yet, secretly you have a raging hard-on, So, she's going to be like, why aren't you paying attention to me? It's like, you don't excite me. At that point, she's going to work that much harder to get you interested. And it's going to go to the point to where all inhibitions on her just let loose. And, you have one of the most wild nights of your life. It doesn't stop there. Next morning, thanks. See ya.
I wouldn't even say that.
Because the moment you actually act interested, the moment you act interested and start catering to her, you know, sacrificing any part of yourself to placate her and her needs, guess what? You just became a simp.
Yep. Yeah, you always got to act like I don't give a fuck, whatever, you know. That works every time when you act that way too. They'll come back for more. They'll be fucking on your dick every night if you act like that. As soon as you start to act like you want them on your dick, then all of a sudden they got you. That's why they work so hard. They're trying to get you to where you want them, and then once they do that, they'll start holding the pussy back.
Oh yeah.
They'll start not fucking you all the time and inviting you over to their house, but not like saying like we're not gonna have sex tonight. You know.
That's a shit.
You said you had a fucking choice.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't want to have sex tonight. You know, we can cuddle though. They tell you shit like that. You know, we can cuddle though. Like I don't want to cuddle with you, bitch.
Like who the fuck do you think you are?
And I realized as well there's another confusion with the red pill because there's a subreddit with the same name, and they kind of push this PUA mentality, and then I think that's probably where the confusion is coming from between, you know, RP and, you know, the movement. You see what I mean? Have you seen the Reddit, the subreddit?
No.
Oh, right. I would just I'll link it to you. They embrace, you know, the movement's attributes and, you know, what do you call it? Yeah, just a second. GRP. And it's got some really hard PUA stuff, man. Like some pretty hardcore. But it's really it's got this thing where like it's more like, you know, about the movement and also half purple pill. You get my drift.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. You see, just looking at it, it kind of. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's where the major confusion comes in.
Yeah.
Like in particular, if I look at this, just a second, I'm looking for it. Where is that? TTT. What the fuck is that shit? There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, if you you read this link and then you see what I'm talking about. I think that's where the confusion is coming from. Like somewhere down the line, someone merged the words together so much that they meant one and the same thing.
Yeah.
And then, if you read through the human sock puppet, you kind of see the mentality behind it. This is pretty much the backbone of the whole thing.
Oh, see, Optimus. It's Valentine's Day too. Happy Valentine's Day.
Is Optimus still here?
I think so.
Oh shit! I had my mic muted. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was talking for like the last 5 minutes and no one could hear me.
It's already almost 2:30 a.m. here, so it's already Valentine's Day here.
Oh yeah. So what do they do for Valentine in Japan?
The women actually make chocolate or buy chocolate and give it to the men they like, the boys they like. And
Oh
then
my god.
and then there's like about 3 or 4 weeks later, we have a day called White Day, and on White Day, boys give the girls back chocolate.
Wow, I like that. I
Yeah.
fucking like that.
Yeah. So I like that.
Mhm.
You know, like in America, you have to give everybody like chocolates and stuff like that. But in Japan, the boys don't give girls chocolate. The girls give boys chocolate. So you kind of find out like which girls like you.
Wow, that must be pretty.
And if you're a Westerner, they all do.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
so like, what was the best Valentine you had over there in Japan? Like, how many did you get?
Oh, I've never really gotten any of them. I don't really associate with a lot of people over here. You know, did you have you seen the chocolates that are going around? They went around last year and now they're going around again this year. Optimus, the ones with the people can make a mold of their asshole and then they
I saw that.
the asshole, the chocolate assholes, and you can
Yeah.
you can eat a chocolate asshole that's made in the shape of somebody's asshole.
Oh my
That's
god.
just, you know what? I would rather make a mold of my dick and then give him like be like, here, go fuck yourself.
Oh my god. I never heard about that, but fuck. Wow. So people actually do this, like, they make a mold of their shit and then they give it to the people they like.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine the conversation, like, how the hell
Here,
would the
you're an
conversation?
asshole.
It sounds like something that you like if you were gay and you were into men and you liked assholes, or if you were one of those freaky guys that like to eat girls' assholes or something like that, and you were
Yeah.
really into that or something, and then so the girl got the idea like, hey, I'll make a mold of my asshole, or something like that. But that just seems like a very weird niche market.
Oh man.
That a niche market that, I mean, like, I wouldn't want to have that job, of like having somebody come in and like make a mold of an asshole. Ugh, what a job! That would be a weird fucking job,
If like how like the conversation you have when you're doing the whole thing, you're like
If you think your life sucks, just remember that someplace, someone has to put together their extremely large dildos and vibrators with a straight face.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, what I would do with it is I would have like they were pretty big pieces of chocolate too. I mean, they were big, thick, like they were an inch thick, and about maybe like the size of like 2 or 3 quarters. So they're a pretty big piece of chocolate. What I would do with it is I would have like a cherry inside of it with the
I see where this is going.
With the stem sticking out, and then put another little piece of chocolate on the stem, and then call it like a dingleberry.
Oh god.
That would
I
be
don't think
hilarious.
I'm gonna eat chocolate anymore, man. Oh dude. The thing they do over here in the UK, they do this thing called cream egg. Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I won't be surprised if someone has already done that. Like a dingleberry cream egg. Cream asshole egg thing.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And what is with people having their assholes bleached? I'm sorry, if like if you get close enough to an asshole, you're already committed. You're already committed to that.
Yeah. That's just that would be like the last thing I could think of, like to like make I mean, it's weird, like people that have foot fetishes. So what, you're with some girl and you have a foot fetish, so they make a mold of the girl's foot, and then you make like the toes in chocolate and give it to your boyfriend because he likes your toes. So then he gets to eat your toes as chocolate. It's like, what? It's just weird. It doesn't make any sense.
After being on the internet for so long, like some of these things don't even fucking surprise me. Like you
What
just
I would
see
do,
it
what, what I would do is I
Yeah.
would have someone make a mold of their head, right? Like
Uh-huh.
a female friend, and it's like, make a mold of your head, and make a concrete, head. It's like, okay, I did it. Now what? Just smash it on the ground.
Yeah. Beat it with a baseball bat and bash it.
Oh, like what you call it? What you call it? A pinata.
Yeah.
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 Like, the ball that they got at the end of the deal that they used to knock down buildings with.
Oh yeah,
the wrecking balls.
Mold it into a face of like Anita Sarkeesian. Then just smash buildings with it.
That is a beautiful thing.
Dude, that is excellent.
People will come out and they'll look at the thing and they're like, "Is that Anita Sarkeesian?" Like, yep.
Hey, let me get a turn at that.
Yeah. Like that movie, like that video, The Wrecking Ball. It would be so hilarious if she was sitting on the wrecking ball and it was Anita Sarkeesian's face.
Damn, I would pay to watch that.
See, I got lots of good ideas.
Yeah, we should make these things happen. I mean, I can. Well,
I would have so many viral videos on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, the other thing as well, right now I'm doing computer science, and I'm quite adept when it comes to like 3D modeling and animation, and I think we probably could do something like that, but I don't want to put too much, hope, because I don't want, But I hope it definitely that interesting. But the other thing as well, though, we have to keep in mind that this shit can come down on us like like a wrecking ball, literally. Because in the UK they've got the law as well, like if you say something on the internet or like something that seems a little bit violent, you can go to jail for that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have to be careful about that.
Yeah. Thanks.
I mean,
women, they want it equal. That's totally equal because the same thing would happen to women, right?
Yeah, right. It's so fair.
Equality. If a woman got on and said something, I don't know, something like hashtag kill all men, then yeah, they would have the same thing happen to them, right?
Yeah, I was also curious, like, what do you think about the flat-thinking monkey's idea of writing the fourth wave? Because fourth wave feminism. Yeah, it was. Did you see his video?
I did a video on it.
Well, like I was saying, you write the wave because they've got this thing called gender fluidity, literally meaning that you could have a company of just like old guys, and then they could be just black or old white guys or Asian guys. But then under the fluidity, gender fluidity, you could say when the government calls you, you could say, oh yeah, they're just like black Muslim lesbian women in the whole company.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, I
did
you guys
think
about
that? On that. I think that's basically what they're going for now. The thing about with the fourth wave feminism is they don't seem to understand that by making this definition of gender as a social construct, they're saying that there is no such thing as gender. So basically what that actually completely nullifies, which is kind of funny because now they've imploded, it completely nullifies the fact for feminism. Because you're saying basically that the concept of a man doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a man. You're saying that basically you have nothing left to fight for because there are no such thing as a man. There is no such thing as a man. There's no such thing as men's
So technically,
privilege.
there's no victims or privilege.
Because there is no.
It's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful.
Because it's all male privilege, and you're a male now. Because there is no gender.
Yeah, so they can't even say male, because basically, if they get to the point where they want to be, there is no such thing as gender at all. It's all constructed. So
yeah, I mean,
you're not even a gender. You're not even a gender.
I mean, don't they like see?
That's where they're headed. That's where they're headed.
They don't see this. Like, this is just self-termination.
Exactly.
They're
That's what
literally just terminating.
They're floating in on themselves because they're doing this to themselves. They're so dumb. That's what fourth wave feminism is going to do. It's going to implode on itself because by saying that gender is a social construct, then there is no such thing as gender, which means there is no such thing as a male, which means there's no such thing as male privilege, because males don't exist. That's a social construct, just the same way as females are a social construct. So there's just humans, and because you're just a human, there's no patriarchy, and there's no male privilege.
I love it, man. I
There's
fucking
nothing.
love it.
Male
Yeah.
male basically doesn't
And then
exist.
when they want to argue the fact, Falcon punch him in the face. You're a male.
Yeah.
Suck it up.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Like, yeah. That's basically where they're headed, and they don't even see it. They don't understand what they're doing to themselves.
People are
And it's
never
basically
going
because
to,
they've
like-
gotten out so far, they're so far away from the plantation that they don't know, they have not, they're just grasping at straws now. Which is why we've got mansplaining and microaggression and all the bullshit like that. They're coming up with these crazy things now because they really have nothing left to fight for, and they're just searching for things to fight for, and they're pulling shit out of their ass now. And this is where they're at.
Literally just like kids, that's what I did when I was a kid. Like, you just, change the rules because, the rules don't suit you. And then next thing you don't realize that, you just fucking dug yourself a grave.
Yeah. And that's what they're doing. It's really sad, but that's where they're headed.
Yeah. So what ideas have you guys got of riding the wave? Because I fucking love that idea. I mean, if I've got some ideas, I can fucking push it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the only thing you can do is just stay away from women and just let it go down, because that's what's going to happen. They're going to.
We don't even have to do anything. It's just gonna crush and burn.
Exactly. They're going to continue to do their shit, and people are waking up. Even women are waking up, because, like I've talked about before in my videos, the problem that they're having is on college campuses everywhere in the world right now. Men are stopping going to college, and if they do go to college, they're going to like all male colleges or things like that. So the women only go to college. 90% of women only go to college to find a husband, and they're looking for some guy. And the problem is there's not very many guys going to college anymore. So when they go to college, it's like it's all women, and they don't want to. They want to find a guy. They're not there to get a college education. They don't care about that. They just want to find a guy. So if there's no guys, a lot of the women aren't wanting to go to college either.
Oh, dude. I live, okay, I won't say exactly where I live, but it's somewhere next to Norwich. Like, the town I live in, there's this thing going on where, like, literally it's spam jacking. Like, dude, like, so many people have kids. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it's people still go out, like on Tinder and all that, even though knowing that, I mean, okay, just search on Google, just search for the most teen pregnancies in the UK. It's a fucking nightmare. And the funny thing as well, I remember I was watching one of your streams, and you were saying that they're just going, to find some guys to marry, and it's absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. I mean,
that's all they're in college for. They want to find a guy because lots of them don't even finish college. And if they do, it's just in some gender studies degree. They don't really get anything of any worth. And they hope that the guy that they're with, they try to get pregnant really quickly, and then the guy that they're with ends up having to pay for their college, and that's what the guy's there for. So he has to work really hard so he can pay for his college education and hers.
Right. Yeah, the other thing as well, in the UK, we don't call it college. I'm guessing you're talking about university as a college, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, in the UK, if it was to be compared to America, it would be like high school. And the same thing happens in high school as well. Like, they do the same thing. And I'm trying to remember. Just a second. Yeah, there's these bullshit courses like fucking hairdressing. Have you heard about that?
Hairdressing?
Hairdressing. Yes.
Yeah.
And dude, that's a fucking degree. Well, yeah, but it's a good skill, right? But can't you just learn that anywhere? I mean, what benefit does it truly have in society?
You don't have to go to college to learn anything.
Yeah.
You can learn it from other humans. That's what college is. It's just other humans. You're just paying to go see other humans.
But in order to get the job, guess what? You have
Yeah,
to have
but
a paper from that fucking establishment.
yeah,
Only
that's the thing. Because I'm starting a STEM subject. Yeah.
Only like the older people who are stuck in their ways care about college degrees. Like somebody like me, if I was in charge of a company, I would care if you actually have the real skill. I don't give a shit what pieces of paper you're holding or waving in front of me.
Yeah. Tifa, are you the programmer?
No.
Oh, right. That was who was?
I
who was
agree.
the
I
other
agree
guy?
with his. I agree with Frozen Binary's assessment. Like, because I came to the same conclusion. It's like, what's the point? What's the point? Like, because I went to college too, right? Like, I learned some stuff there, but I didn't learn a lot. I don't feel like the teacher wanted to teach. Like they were close to retirement, so they stopped caring for whatever reason. I know for a fact my professor was like high on weed most of the time, and he was just playing guitar. Like he would teach about 40% of the time. The rest of the time he would just blow it off.
Yeah.
And even when he was teaching, he wasn't really with it. He would just like down a bunch of coffee and then go up there and sound like a babbling idiot.
And what subject were you studying for?
I was working on an electronics degree.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
that doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing around with circuits and components, solid state and digital components, and I was soldering and making circuit boards and shit like that. I was learning some stuff, but it's like I didn't really have any guidance. I was basically teaching myself for the most part.
Oh yeah.
The teacher's aide actually showed me more than the teacher did.
Oh man.
Her ass.
I don't know. It was just really lame. I mean, I wish I had taken that money and just went to somebody who was like really passionate about that stuff and could just like show me stuff, you know, that and so I could really learn shit. Because I was just kind of just like fumbling around with shit and like learning by trial and error. It's like that's not the best way to learn.
That's what's wonderful about YouTube is you can learn anything you want, and nowadays anything you want to know is on YouTube. There's somebody on YouTube that's doing it.
This is so many years ago. I've since then actually found, you know, just other people like my peer group. I found guys that are really good at this stuff, and he never went to college, but he knows more than I do about it.
Yeah.
Like I know a lot of the technical book stuff. Like maybe he doesn't know a lot of that, but he knows a lot about like the hands-on stuff. And it's like if I wanted to, I could go over to his house, and he could show me all this shit.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't even charge me any money to do it.
Yeah.
He would just like having me go over there and work on his stuff because he's got projects and he can't do it all himself. He's got more work than he can handle.
And so it's good hands-on experience.
Correct. You can get hands-on experience and not have to pay for it. I mean, that is out there.
Yeah. Got to find the people that are willing to teach.
Just find the people who like doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Some people actually like doing this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I've talked about it before in another one of my videos about these guys that will work for companies and they don't actually tell you everything, and they've got a lot of skills and they're older, but they don't actually want to help a younger guy learn how to do things and how to do them right. So they get really cryptic and they only teach you about like 80% of what you need to know. And then you end up fucking up, and that kind of assures that they're going to still have a job. And they're actually not helping. They're not helping the company by doing that because the guys never really know everything they need to know to do the job right. And they're trying to do that to ensure they're still going to have their job, but they're actually fucking the company up. if they would just teach the people what they needed to know, the company would get bigger and they wouldn't lose their jobs because the people would keep you for a trainer. You know, but they have this cryptic bullshit that they do, and they're actually fucking other men in the ass because of it. You know, they're fucking these guys up that could be learning something and actually helping them out in their life, and instead they're just fucking them over.
A lot of that still happens. Well, a lot of men still view other men as like
competition.
Like
competition.
Well, something like they'll invade their territory and take over what they have. Like they have a fear of that. Yeah, competition essentially.
Fuck her so hard it makes her butt cheeks flex.
Yeah.
Grab her sister, tell her she's next.
That was a good one right there. That was good.
I just seen a video. It says 22 hours ago, teal deer's been doxxed again.
What did he move and change his name?
I don't know. It says teal deer doxxed again.
I mean, if you're doxxed, I don't think that's the end of the world. You could literally just move and change your name.
Yeah.
Like what? I mean, even if you were doxxed, like what would happen? Like, you know, feminists rally outside your house. At that point, it'd be hunting season.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You're trespassing on my property. Get off my property. No, you. Bow. Headshot.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, it's funny that you guys say, like, when feminists change the rules that they're going to fuck themselves over. I think to a certain degree, yes, but I think there's still going to be, like, those men out there that are going to continue to, like, kind of obey feminists' will to their favor, even if it makes zero sense, you know.
Just for the opportunity of the golden vagina.
Just because they worship females so much, not even because they're getting sex, just because they worship.
When you try to be the feminist all that you can be, but she still won't touch your pee-pee.
There's a lot of that happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what's funny about women. If they had their way, they would get everything they want from a man and never have to have sex with them at all. That would be their end game.
Yeah, it's basically just like, I'm a goddess and you're some sort of peasant that doesn't even grace my presence. Like women, like if women had their way, they would never even be seen, heard, or felt. Like they would just be some unknown entity, and men would just toil away for nothing.
Yep. And they could have sex with you if they chose to, and if they wanted to, then they would actually allow you to have sex with them, but they would have to choose, and it would have to be at their will and their beck and call.
It would be like aliens, like they just like they tractor beam you up to their ship and then stick probes in you. It would be like that, and then everybody would be like, "Oh,
oh, I get it now."
I think personally it will be a lot like Futurama, you know, Snoo.
Death by Snoo.
Exactly. That's all would just be useful. Of course, it doesn't seem that bad, but then, you know, when you factor in the reality we have now, you're gonna have to pay for how many kids for your life. You're like, yeah, you're fucking screwed. Even though it's not your fault, you know, you're gonna have to pay for them. It doesn't matter that, you know, you're literally stolen and used, but it's your fault. You know, like the same thing that happened to that 13-year-old kid. Literally has to pay child support, even though he was raped.
Yep. It's because it's his fault. He's a boy.
Exactly.
You have a dick, so it's always your fault.
Yeah, it's because of his privilege.
Yeah. How dare you have a penis?
How dare you have an opinion?
I wonder what would be worse, getting raped and then having to pay child support, or actually just like fighting her off and then having her call like physical abuse, assault, and then going to prison for like 10, 15 years, maybe longer.
10, 15 years in comparison and contrast of 18 years of child support? I'll take the 10, 15 years.
Exactly, me too.
Damn.
Yeah, that's where we came to, though. That's the problem, you know.
And at least you had the satisfaction of, you know, not being raped and fighting that person off too.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it's like, yeah, I totally stuck her head in the toilet and like Falcon punched her right in the fucking anus.
I mean, she would run to the cops or whatever, and then you'd go to prison. That's just like that's the absurdity.
But yeah, you still be the perpetrator.
It's a pretty dangerous situation to be in, actually.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. If I start to get ridiculed for not going on a date or not finding interest in a woman, I'm going to tell them, you act like your opinion matters to me. There's a reason why I don't do these things.
Yeah, there's a reason why I don't even care about them.
There is a reason why you are essentially non-existent to me.
Yeah.
And then watch their face get all red and the veins pop out as they want to try and think of something to say because they're so angry, but they're not used to rejection, so they have nothing.
It's always beautiful.
It is beautiful. Like a tomato with spherical veins.
Yeah, women basically fold when they notice the rejection. Like, they have no other choice. They're just done.
On another note, back in the day when I was still doing the whole dating aspect, this lady that I knew and sometimes went on a date with, she could never tell between, you know, like either me or, you know, this other guy. So I'm just like, whatever, leave it alone. So I think she's honestly been on my Facebook lately, like reading it, because just recently she started sharing the it's Denzel Washington picture, and it says, our generation is becoming so busy trying to prove that women can do what men can do that women are losing their uniqueness. Women weren't created to do everything a man can do. Women were created to do everything a man can't do. And I was like, and I'm just sitting here thinking, yeah, you posted that 23 hours ago. You were definitely trolling. You were definitely lurking my Facebook. Because the only reason why they would post that shit is to get in the good graces of someone they like, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a trap.
Yep, you bet.
You don't have to be Admiral Akbar to know that's a trap.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to be Jean-Luc Picard to know that's wrong.
Focus all firepower on the Superstar Destroyer.
Yeah, the other thing I was wondering, how is the business going?
Which one?
The importing.
Oh,
my car business stuff?
Yeah.
I export.
Oh, right, sorry, yeah, export, yeah.
Yeah, I export. I'm still trying to get everything going. I've got a guy here that wants to be the money guy, and he's got another guy he's dealing with, so I'm trying to get all the stuff going for the exporting, so I can start exporting stuff to Australia and New Zealand and America and Canada and England.
Oh,
that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing I was curious about, so like these cars you're like is it exporting? Are they rear-wheel drives?
They can be whatever you want them to be. You know.
Oh, right. So you don't have a set category.
No, it just depends on whatever they want. I go and buy it. I'm a broker. So if whatever they want, they send me the money, and then I go to the auction, I buy something, and then I send it to them. You know.
Right,
So
that's
if they want a
nice.
truck, if they want a truck or a 4x4 or whatever, and whatever they want, Toyota, Nissan, Chevy, Dodge, Ford, whatever, I go to the auction, I buy one, and send it to them.
Yeah. Would it actually be good for me to get something imported from, like, I want a Japanese product,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm looking for transportation that's not a car or a truck. I don't actually believe in those anymore.
Yeah, like a scooter or a motorcycle or something.
Either one of those, or even a motorized bicycle, would be excellent. I want to get several of those.
Yeah, I
Oh,
could get those too.
this is for the atheists. If it's 1 or 1,000 sins, you're still going to get sent to hell. So why not come for 1 million sins and come down here, legend?
Yeah, I'd like to get, like, do you have I'm gonna look around for some Japanese bicycles and see if I
Mhm.
can get those.
Yeah, there's a lot of brands here. They're usually pretty expensive. You know, you can find some used ones and stuff, but they're still, you know, anywhere from about $500 to about $2,000. You know, but
Yeah.
they're not like completely electric. They're like assist bikes. You know, so like as you're pedaling, you can turn it on and off, and you can like how much assist you want. But you
Right.
can like ride up hills at like normal speed, and it doesn't like feel like anything's going on because it actually assists you as you're riding. So you know you continue to pedal, but it's like you're pedaling through butter. You know, you don't actually have to push very hard because it's actually helping you along.
Yes. Assist
And it
bikes.
charges when you actually do push.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I would like to have one too, but I don't really
That's
need
the
one.
first thing I want to get. That's the first thing I want to get. I want to get an assist bike, but I want to get the one that lasts a lifetime, hopefully, if they have one of those.
They don't. Most of them don't.
All right. Well, then I want
The
it.
batteries go bad, and the
How
bike will
long do
be
they
good as
typically
long as you
last?
take care
Like
of it. But the batteries go bad, and you just have to keep getting new batteries for them and stuff.
Interesting. I wonder if anybody in Japan specializes in those, because
Everybody does.
I'd be willing to like pay for research technology if that's available.
Yeah,
Like I'd like to see like a
you've got
YouTube
all
video.
kinds of people that have that stuff over here. Like every
Yeah.
bike shop you go to has the electric bikes. You know. But most of the moms over here have them. That's the funny thing. Like most of the moms take their kids to daycare and pick their kids up and take them to school and classes after school and all that stuff, and they do that on the electric bike. Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some pick-me-up juice.
Okay.
All right, see. I was also wondering, what is the software engineering like scene over there in Japan?
It's getting harder and harder because we have 70% of the country right now is herbivore, and it's growing. It's getting more, and the problem is a lot of guys that are herbivore are working at like 7-Elevens and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
instead of working for some huge companies and making a lot of money because they have to support a family, they don't actually need to do any of that anymore. So they don't work very hard, and they don't have to work really hard. And they're starting to realize if they decide to choose to have just a little less in their life, they don't have to work as hard. So a lot of them have like opted out of that. So a lot of the STEM field
Yeah.
stuff and the research and stuff that's here in Japan, there's less and less guys getting into those fields. So
So it means the
for
market
somebody
is
coming
booming.
here to do it, you can have a good job. But for people here in Japan, there's just not a lot of people that actually do it.
Right.
So they're
Yeah.
actually outsourcing a lot of the stuff in Japan. They're outsourcing a lot of that STEM field stuff to other countries because they don't have anybody here to do it.
Right. Yeah, I would love to do something like that. I mean, Right now, like I was saying, I'm in college. Then I'll be going to uni, studying computer science, and I'll be finishing in like 4 years' time.
Yeah.
And like, what is the projection? Do you think it's gonna? I'm guessing it's going to stay like that.
It's
probably
getting
gonna be
worse.
even
It's
worse.
getting worse. Every year it gets worse and worse. So it's getting worse.
Yeah, yeah, I would love to. I mean, I would fucking love to. And I was also curious, like, what is the weather like over there? Is it the same as like the UK weather, or because
Well,
that's
right
a bit
now, it's since
interesting for me.
I've been here since January last year, and like 90% of the time it's raining. Like
Oh, fuck's
right
sake.
now it's raining out there. It sounds like a fucking typhoon, and it sounds like my house is gonna get blown away. It's like raining. It's been raining for like 6 hours right now.
Oh yeah, I remember one of your podcasts. You're saying that actually global warming is affecting us more than people like to think or are
Yeah,
reporting in the
I'm,
news.
yeah.
You're saying that
I'm gonna
the
be doing
things.
more videos on that as well.
Yeah,
'Cause there's a lot of stuff that I need to say about it. That people are like they think it's
yeah.
tinfoil and stuff, but the science, there's no tinfoil to it. The science is there, and life is going to get worse and worse as we go on here in the next 15 years.
Man, that sucks.
And
And,
it could
and
even,
like
could even get worse because what's going on right now, something that a lot of people don't know and they're not talking about, is the Earth gets its oxygen. 80% of the oxygen comes from plankton that's in the ocean. And the problem that we have right now is we're looking at in 23 years, they're saying that that's about all the fish that we have at our current rates of farming. So in 23 years, we're not going to have any fish in the ocean. And the problem that we have is all it takes is a 2 degrees Celsius rise in ocean temperature, and that'll actually kill off all of the plankton. And it'll also kill off all of the reefs as well. And the problem that we got right now is it's already at like zero point 0.6 rise. So, you know, it could. We don't know with the way the glaciers are melting and the North Pole and South Pole and stuff like that. You don't
uh-huh.
know, if the sea levels rise, which they're already saying in the next 50 years, basically, we're looking at a 16-foot sea level rise right now. That's actually going to warm the sea up. That's going to make more water in the ocean. It's going to desalinate the ocean. So you're looking at desalination. You're looking at a warming of the ocean, and if the plankton die off, which probably most likely will happen, then we're basically going to be about three at ground level. We're going to be about 3 times the height of the Mount Everest at ground level. Basically, that's the oxygen that you're going to have. 80% less oxygen, which means no humans can survive, and also no animals on the planet that have to breathe will be able to survive. There'll be not enough oxygen on the planet to survive. So
Yeah.
we're dead at that point. It doesn't
So yeah.
everything else is a moot point if the plankton die.
Oh man. I just don't get it. Like, what's this whole thing with human nature about self-termination
Yeah.
and ignorance to it?
Well, people they think the Earth is such a big place that it's always just going to be there because it always has been, and they're right. It always will be there, but we won't. Just like George Carlin said, the Earth isn't going anyplace. You are. So yeah,
That's fucking terrible.
Well, when you think about it, the Earth is like 4 billion years old or something like that. So the Earth is 4 billion years, and humans have only existed in our current form on the Earth for about 100,000 years. We've been evolving for about 100,000 years. On the Earth, that's nothing. That's like an hour to Earth's life. So we're nothing, and we're only just a little glitch on the radar. So the Earth will heal itself, and it may take it 100,000 years. It may take it 1,000,000 years after humans are dead, but the Earth will be here long after we're gone. So the Earth doesn't give a fuck. We're fucking it all up, so it's gonna just say like fuck you, and we're gonna be gone, and then You know, a million years later, maybe something else will come of the Earth, but we won't be here.
Yeah. You know, the funny thing as well, I've realized, have you heard of Erich von Däniken?
No.
He wrote Chariots of the Gods.
Mm.
It came out in the 1960s, I think. So pretty much the book, he brings up like evidences of like the past civilizations in Earth, like like either looking at that maybe there were some past super mega civilizations on Earth that somehow they killed themselves off because it kind of like it doesn't explain these huge mega monoliths and structures which see around the planet, and they tend to be similar to each other. But as far as we know, that there is no way that those civilizations could even contact each other. But then somehow they've actually have got similarities, and that's the thing that got me interested in global warming. That maybe something like that has actually like the thing we are going to be facing in 200 years time, or maybe in a century, is actually has happened before.
Yeah.
This is not something new.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It could have already happened before, and a lot of the stuff that we've seen is already like old time, stuff that's already happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea that a lot of the stuff that because like when you look at a lot of the stuff that people talk about, like China was the first ones that developed the wheel,
Uh-huh.
and when you look
Yeah.
at China, there's a lot of stuff in China that was like they've learned stuff a long time ago, and they've even seen stuff like in the the masks that they have in Egypt. The gold masks that they had weren't actually gold; they were plated gold, which means they figured
Yeah.
out a way to make plating, and they've actually found out. I'm sure you've probably seen them, the old batteries that they made with like
Oh yeah, I remember.
lemon
Yeah.
and a potato and all that stuff. They actually made a battery, and they were actually able to use that to plate things, and so they actually knew how to make a battery. Which means, I mean, if they knew how to make electricity,
Then they must have used it.
you're talking 6,000 years ago. So I mean, it's pretty maybe strange to think, but when you look at those huge, massive things that have been built on the Earth,
Yeah.
there's places, I forget where it is. I don't know if it was in Egypt or not, but there's a place where the rocks that they have are so huge that they've been cut and milled, and they were actually brought like 6 or 7 kilometers away, and their rocks are so huge that were moved to that spot that we don't even have any cranes or anything now that could move them.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about Gobekli Tepe monoliths.
Yeah, they have
Yeah.
rocks that were actually moved from a quarry that was like 7 kilometers away, and they were moved to a certain location where they built stairs and they built all these things, and they looked like they were razor cut. They were like a laser cut. So they were so close together even now that they fit perfectly together, and they were brought from 7 kilometers away, and the rocks were so big that we don't have anything right now that we could move.
To even do the same process.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
have anything now that we could do the process with, and we don't have anything that we could move them with. We don't have anything that would move them 7 kilometers because they're so heavy. We don't have anything to pick them up
Yeah.
with, because they said something like they were 100,000 pounds each, shit like that, where they were these huge, massive things, and we don't have any way to move them.
We just don't. It brings into question as well, don't these people realize, they don't even like comprehend the fact that maybe, we have died out before. Or maybe
Yeah.
someone before us has died out before. But no, fuck that, no.